Chapter 903. Fong Ping supported Old Wang and walked forward. The palace looked strange, but in reality it was like a small courtyard, very simple. There seemed to be tree pits on both sides of the road. Fong Ping glanced at them and looked at the imprisoned Du. Du said telepathically, "That's right. We took root here back then." These demon trees had taken root here back then. Fong Ping thought for a while and asked, "Did you guys take root in the ancient times, or did unquestionable Jian plant you later?" "I don't know." Du explained, "We gained sentience 1,000 years ago. Before that, these little demons were just ordinary trees. It was hard to say who planted them. Unquestionable Jian would not explain this either." Fong Ping did not ask any more. He did not care about the surrounding houses and side halls, heading straight for the main hall. The main hall was not the place Old Wang sensed, but unquestionable Jian's resting chamber was behind the main hall. Creak. A creaking sound was heard. The main hall, which had not been opened for many years, slowly opened its doors under Old Wang's push. It was completely different from the glory he remembered. In the main hall, a few simple stone chairs were placed in a somewhat messy manner. The master's seat above was the same as the other chairs, made of stone. Fong Ping touched it, but could not tell what kind of stone it was. He could imagine the master of this place inviting a few friends to chat about martial arts in the main hall. Looking at the style, the master's personality was more leisurely, not the kind of domineering person. Combat Heavenly Palace did not live up to its name. Does the main hall have a name? No. Du thought for a while and added, "Master once said that the master of Combat Heavenly Palace was extremely powerful in ancient times, but he was also extremely low-key. Within the 3 realms, not many people know about the master of Combat Heavenly Palace. He only discovered it by chance in the heavenly realm. Only then did he know that there were powerhouses like Heavenly Emperor Zhan in ancient times." Heavenly Emperor Zhan? Fong Ping looked at Old Wang doubtfully. Did this place belong to Old Wang? It could not be, right? If it was, why would his heart be in his home? However, Old Wang had just pushed open Combat Heavenly Palace. It might not be arranged by the Demon Emperor, right? Fong Ping felt it was a pity that the cat was not here. If the cat was here, it might know something. Although the cat was unreliable, sometimes a few words from it could give people some inspiration. What did Unquestionable leave for us? I don't know, but since you sensed it, it should be something left behind by my master. Fong Ping did not say anything else. After some thought, he tried to move a chair, but he could not. He frowned. Du helplessly said, "The items here have been used by unparalleled powerhouses for many years and have already undergone changes. Master once said that these items were only ordinary stones in the past, but after being used by Heaven Emperor Zhan for many years, they have already been soaked with Emperor Might and are comparable to high-grade divine mights. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be moved. It has fused with the entire Combat Heavenly Palace." Fong Ping rubbed his chin and smiled. "This belongs to Old Wang. We'll return it to its rightful owner and take it away with us." Wang Jinyang smiled and did not reply. Fong Ping did not care about this anymore. There was a passageway leading from the basilica to the residence. Fong Ping supported Old Wang as they walked to the back, just as they were about to go to the bedchamber. Outside the Combat Heavenly Palace, a group of people bathed in blood and killed all the blood demons. At this moment, outside Combat Heavenly Palace, all 18 Emperor blood trees had arrived and joined forces to block the entrance. On the Emperor blood tree's side at the forefront, an extremely tall blood tree said with mentality, "Jian Yi, how dare you come back?" In the crowd, monster swordsmen's sword Qi soared into the sky, replying with mentality, "Why not? Emperor blood, attack Combat Heavenly Palace. Combat Heavenly Palace belongs to my master. Emperor blood, are you still going to pretend?" A middle-aged man's face appeared on monster swordsman's body, his expression cold. Fong Ping and the others went in. Your Emperor Blood Tree clan wants to release those great emperors. You deserve to die. Everyone, kill the Emperor Blood Tree clan and enter combat Heavenly Palace. Before the seal is broken, kill those great emperors' wills. Don't let these resentful, great emperors resurrect. Monster Swordsman shouted with mentality, looking like he wanted to kill immediately. On the Emperor Blood Tree clan side, the tall Emperor Blood said angrily, Gen E, after all these years, you're still trying to deceive people. Those great emperors are long dead, and only their remnant consciousness remains. Outsiders are not allowed to enter Master's palace. Do you really think I don't know your purpose for luring these people into the palace? Ridiculous. The two monster plants spoke one after another. In the crowd, Chi Huanyu was a little impatient. His spear appeared and stabbed into the ground with a bang. The entire tomb seemed to tremble slightly. Shut up! Chi Huanyu's expression was cold as he shouted, Get out of the way! I want to enter the palace. Zhao Xingwu carried a long saber on his back and said coldly, I don't care about your grudges. It has nothing to do with us, who the traitor is. Get out of the way and open the palace, or all of you will die today. They did not care at all who the traitor was. What did it have to do with them? Everyone's goal was the palace. So many people had come this time, and many people had died. Outside, many people had died in the spatial rifts. Inside, the blood demons had killed many people. When they came in, there were more than 100 humans and demons, but now there were only about 40 left. If Chi Huanyu and the others were not powerful enough to kill so many blood demons, more people might have died. However, there were 18 monster plants in front of them, and 8 of them were rank 9. It was not a weak force. The reason why they did not attack directly was that they were worried that more people would die, and it would not be worth it. They were arguing. Behind the crowd, Wang Ruobing transmitted her voice, Senior Sister, this is the combat Heavenly Palace. Wang Hanyue was a little surprised and asked, Junior Sister, do you know it? She did not know about the combat Heavenly Palace. Wang Ruobing thought about it and said, I think I've heard of it. In the past, apart from the sovereigns, there were some special powerhouses in the Heaven Realm who lived in seclusion. Other than the sovereign's disciples, these people also dominated the Heaven Realm and established dojos. Combat Heavenly Palace. Battle Heavenly Emperor. I think I've heard someone mention it once. Father also said that Battle Heavenly Emperor was one of the top powerhouses among the sovereigns. However, it was too long ago, and I don't remember if he was talking about Battle Heavenly Emperor. Wang Ruobing thought about it and said, Father might have asked me to come this time for the treasures in the combat Heavenly Palace. Battle Heavenly Emperor is extremely powerful. He might have a treasure that can cure me. Wang Hanyue had never heard of Battle Heavenly Emperor. She could not help but say, the combat Heavenly Palace seems to have been occupied by the Demon Emperor. Is there really something left? Even if a powerhouse like the Demon Emperor occupied Battle Heavenly Emperor's residence, he would not change it carelessly. Some of the treasures might not be of interest to the Demon Emperor. Wang Ruobing was indifferent. A powerhouse like the Demon Emperor would probably not be interested in ordinary treasures. Even if it was something good, it would still be placed where it should be. This was the pride of a powerhouse. Even if he took away the combat Heavenly Palace, he would not destroy it. Wang Hanyue nodded and said quickly, Then we must enter. Fan Ping and the others have already entered. Once they take away the things, it will be difficult to get them back. In front, Chi Huanyu and the others were already extremely dissatisfied. The two powerhouses attacked again at this time, directly barging into the Emperor Blood Tree's camp and fighting. Wang Hanyue watched for a while, then looked at the Devil Swordsman and frowned slightly. This sword tree did not attack at this time. She did not know what it was thinking. It did not attack, but Wu Chuan did not make a sound and attacked with a sword. Fan Ping and the others had already entered. Who knew what the situation was now? Fan Ping and the others did not notice the fierce battle outside. After entering combat Heavenly Palace, everything outside seemed to be heard and sensed. Behind the main hall was a quiet little courtyard. In the courtyard, some flowers and plants were planted. This time, Fong Ping did not pay attention to the flowers and plants. Instead, he looked at the archery target in the courtyard immediately. Yes, the archery target. It seemed to be casually made by the owner. It was very crude and was casually hung on the wall of the backyard. On the archery target, there seemed to be some traces of arrows being shot. Back then, perhaps the owner was bored and randomly made an archery target to test his arrows. Diyu saw him looking at the archery target and said telepathically, "The owner said that Battle Heavenly Emperor's combat techniques have reached the peak, and his archery is unparalleled. At his peak, he might be able to fight emperors. A true extreme powerhouse has already taken another path, walked out of his own path, created his own path, and no longer followed the old path. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still in the heaven realm of life destruction and no longer had the power to fight Heavenly Emperor." Fong Ping looked at Old Wang. Iron Head also looked at Old Wang, their faces blank. What did that mean? Old Wang was Battle Heavenly Emperor, but he could fight emperors? If that was the case, I am too. Iron Head rubbed his chin. If that was the case, then I was also very awesome back then. Then how did we die? Or did we not die, but chose to be reincarnated instead? No. Old Wang's heart was still here. Iron Head's expression suddenly turned solemn. If he really sealed himself, did he need to be so cruel to himself? Cut out his heart? Who dug out Old Wang's heart? At this moment, Iron Head suddenly had a bad feeling. Who could dig out his heart? If it was dug out, why did the Demon Emperor get it? Old Wang did not speak. He walked a few steps forward, walked to the wall, and touched the slightly damaged archery target. After a while, he chuckled softly and said, "It's just an ordinary stone, similar to the seat from before." Tianmu also walked forward to take a look. He sighed and said, "This is scary." At our level, a target made of ordinary stones would be smashed with a casual hit. I saw that the arrow mark went into the stone, but there was only an arrow mark. There was no spread, not even a crack. At that level, he could still control his strength like this. Battle Heavenly Emperor. I'm afraid his control of strength was as high as 100%. This was the first powerhouse that they knew who could control 100% of strength. Great Emperor-level powerhouse. The aftermath spread, destroying heaven and earth. However, when the other party shot an arrow, forget about the aftermath, there was not even a crack on the stone archery target. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's strength was completely condensed in that small arrowhead. There was no leakage at all. This was something that Fong Ping and the others could not do. If Fong Ping were to shoot such an archery target, it would be extremely easy for him to pierce through and explode it. However, he could only leave an arrow mark and nothing else. It was difficult. Fong Ping glanced at Old Wang and smiled. "How are you now?" "Slightly better." Wang Jinyang smiled. "My heart showed signs of exploding just now. Now it seems to be much calmer. This place. After staying for a while, I feel a little at ease." There was some disappointment in his eyes. Perhaps this place really belonged to him. He actually liked this kind of layout. In the small courtyard of his house, when he was free, he would plant flowers and raise grass. When he wanted to practice martial arts, he would satisfy his craving, slash a few times, shoot a few arrows. This was the residence that he desired. Back then, from the layout of this residence, Battle Heavenly Emperor was not the kind of person who was arrogant, nor was he the kind of person who pursued tyranny. But so what? In the end, the other party was still annihilated. Wang Jinyang's gaze dimmed. In this world, it was impossible to be indifferent and live in seclusion. At that stage, if you did not fight for it, someone would force you to fight for it. In the small courtyard, the environment was elegant. It was as if it had never changed. There were no traces of a great battle here. While they were talking, Fong Ping had already looked at the flowers and plants. These flowers and plants did not seem to be transplanted later, but had always been here. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? They had not withered yet. Unbelievable. Logically speaking, if the flowers and plants were really from that time, even if they did not wither, they would have become demons by now. Why did they not become demons? Du, who planted these flowers and plants? They have always been here. You looked at the flowers and plants, seemingly a little greedy. Fong Ping glanced at him and smiled faintly. Strange, these flowers and plants actually did not become demons, Du explained. This is where Battle Heavenly Emperor lived all year round. The Emperor's aura is thick here, suppressing the demons from developing spiritual intelligence. The demon plants around Emperor-level powerhouses will almost never become demons unless they are specially cultivated. In the past, we were also planted in the outer courtyard, coupled with the absorption of Emperor's blood. Only then did we develop spiritual intelligence. In other words, there were no demons around the Emperor-level powerhouses. As long as the Emperor-level powerhouses did not do it intentionally, then these demons would never truly become demons. It was the same for these flowers and plants. First, Battle Heavenly Emperor lived here. Then, the Demon Emperor also moved here. At the thought of this, Fong Ping suddenly looked at the two houses in front of him with some surprise. The house at the back seemed a little out of place with the environment, as if it was added later. You also had good eyesight. Upon seeing this, he explained again. The one on the right is Master's residence. Master said that he did not want to occupy the nest of the magpie and that it was fine to be neighbors with Battle Heavenly Emperor. The house on the left is where Battle Heavenly Emperor lived in the past. The one on the right is the bedroom that Master built later. Pretentious. Fong Ping did not have the intention of appreciating each other. He curled his lips and said, He even robbed Battle Heavenly Palace. Isn't he occupying the nest of the magpie? If this was not pretentious, then what was? If he had the ability, then he should not occupy Battle Heavenly Palace. He did not have a good impression of the Demon Emperor. It was better in the past. This time, however, he was very confused and he was very angry, especially Old Wang's heart. Old Wang's heart in his past life was actually here. Fong Ping knew that it probably had little to do with the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was not a person of that period. Using his heart as bait still made people uncomfortable. Battle Heavenly Emperor. Fong Ping looked at Old Wang. Was Old Wang really the master of this place? Battle Heavenly Emperor? An existence that even the Demon Emperor admired? How strong was the Demon Emperor? He did not know before, but now it was clear. One person fought more than 10 great emperors alone, killed so many people, and actually did not die. This was the Demon Emperor. Old John and the others might have underestimated the Demon Emperor. In the combat strength ranking given by Old John, the subduing Heavenly King was number 1. Did the subduing Heavenly King have this ability? Fong Ping seriously doubted it. More than 10 great emperor powerhouses. One great emperor powerhouse should not have a problem dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary true kings, right? The Battle King was also close to the emperor level, but he was not a true emperor level yet. He should have no problem dealing with 2 true kings. At the emperor level, he might be able to deal with 3 or 4. Did this not mean that the Demon Emperor alone could deal with 40 to 50 true king powerhouses? Because the emperor level had not undergone a qualitative change. It had not reached the point where there was a huge gap between them. True king powerhouses could still surround and kill the other party. Even Old John, if there were more than 10 true kings surrounding him now, he would also be in danger. It was very likely that he would be killed. What about the Demon Emperor? He was dealing with more than 10 great emperors, comparable to 40 to 50 true kings. Was Old Wang so strong in his past life? No, maybe even stronger. The Demon Emperor said that he might be able to fight an emperor-level powerhouse. Judging from Du's tone, the Demon Emperor probably felt ashamed when he said this. Did that mean that he was even stronger? Just as Fong Ping was thinking about this, beside him, Jiang Chao suddenly exclaimed, "Who is it?" Everyone was shocked. Previously, no one had noticed. Now, everyone followed Jiang Chao's line of sight and saw that there seemed to be a figure standing on the left side of the bedroom, looking up at the sky. Fang Ping and the others were on guard. Who was there? There was no response at all. Everyone was terrified. Could it be the demon emperor that came out of this place? Just as everyone was panicking, the figure seemed to let out a deep sigh. There was no sound. However, that scene naturally appeared in everyone's mind. Someone was sighing. The figure sighed and dispersed in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. Old Manly suddenly said, "It's not a person. It looks like a projection." Tianmu also said, "That's right. Maybe it was a powerhouse that stayed here back then. No, maybe it was a projection that stayed here for a long time." Everyone looked at Old Wang. This was Heavenly Battle Thearka's bedroom. Someone was looking up at the sky on the roof, letting out a long sigh. Who could it be if not Heavenly Battle Arch? Or was it the Demon Emperor? Fang Ping looked at Diyu and said in a low voice, "Do you know what's going on with this figure?" Diyu was even more surprised than him. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. "I don't know. I rarely come to the backyard, but it's not the master." The figure was very illusory. He could not see its appearance or clothes. However, Diyu recognized unquestionable. Naturally, he would not mistake it. That was not unquestionable. Tai too could not help but say, "Old Wang, that's you, right? Why are you sighing on the roof for no reason? Were you dumped?" Wang Jinyang glanced at him, his face pale. He could not be bothered. Tai too said again, "Didn't Fang Ping say that God of War is a woman? That was a man just now, right?" Yao Chengjun could not stand it anymore. He growled, "Shut up! How could you believe Fang Ping's words? You believe whatever he says?" Now, everyone was not sure if Heavenly Battle Arch was Old Wang, but the probability was not small. Whether it was or not, it was no longer important. The two bedrooms in front were still waiting for everyone. Fang Ping looked at them, then at Old Wang. Old Wang said, "On the right, the Demon Emperor's bedroom, the heart should be there." Unquestionable is such a pervert. Fang Ping cursed. What was the meaning of putting someone's heart in the house? It was still a bedroom. Admiring the heart for fun in the middle of the night? Then let's go to unquestionable first. He was about to take a step when Wang Jinyang suddenly said, "Where are those emperor corpses?" Diyu was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "They should be in Master's bedroom. There's an underground seal in Master's cultivation room. Master usually cultivates here to suppress these emperor corpses." Fang Ping was sure. Unquestionable was indeed a pervert. He even hid those emperor corpses in his bedroom. Was he admiring them even in his sleep? The more he understood, the more he felt that this person was sick and perverted. "The emperor corpses are in the bedroom." Wang Jinyang frowned, looking at Fang Ping. "Then my heart might be with the emperor corpses. I felt something was wrong with the blood demon earlier. It was too powerful. It might not only be the emperor's blood, but also the influence of the heart. Let's go in first." "Be careful." Wang Jinyang still said that unquestionable Jian's resting chamber might be the real dangerous place. They were just about to take a step when Jiang Chao said in surprise from behind, "Everyone, these flowers and plants are all treasures. They were actually not taking them." This was beyond his expectations. Even if he could not sense it clearly, he could sense that the energy of these flowers and plants was shockingly rich. They were even more shocking than the fruits of the emperor blood tree. They were treasures. They were not even taking them. Fang Ping said while walking, "There's no hurry. Pack them up and bring them away later. Don't dig up a mess. It'll look better if we take them away as a whole." Jiang Chao grimaced. "All right, I overestimated you guys. I knew it. There are so many good things here." Fang Ping would not look at them no matter what. He had already made up his mind to pack up this palace and bring it away. Jiang Chao was too lazy to say anything, but he still glanced at Diyu. Fang Ping did not pluck its fruits. This was not normal. Was he going to pack it up and bring it away too? That was true. It was not Fong Ping style to only take the fruits. He might even bring the tree, trunk away later, and forge a rank 9 divine weapon along the way. Jiang Chao looked at Di Yu sympathetically. You better not be plotting against Fong Ping. If not, Fong Ping probably would not do anything to it if he was plotting against him. However, this tree would become a divine weapon. Di Yu, who was floating forward, suddenly felt a chill. His old face appeared from behind, glancing at Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao cursed under his breath. The monster plant was really ugly. It could actually use its front and back as its face. Chapter 904. Unquestionable sword. I will definitely kill you. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone had just entered the resting chamber. There was no movement outside, but cold, fierce battle cries reverberated incessantly inside. In the spacious room, the battle cries were incessant. Everyone felt goosebumps rising on their skin. Resentment, unwillingness, despair, all kinds of emotions were vividly reflected in these voices. In the room, there seemed to be an apparition appearing, collapsing instantly and reappearing in the blink of an eye. A few apparitions wearing emperor crowns on their heads kept appearing in the room. The resentment also came from these people. When Fong Ping and the rest entered, the other party seemed to have seen them. A more solid apparition suddenly looked at Di Yu, then laughed maniacally. Di Yu, let me out, and I'll help you become a true god. Di, let me go. The apparition sounded somewhat hysterical. Fong Ping and the rest were extremely vigilant. These were those great emperors. They were not completely dead. On the corpses, after many years, some remnant spiritual consciousness had really awakened. At this moment, Di Yu's mentality was fluctuating. These fallen venerable emperors couldn't manifest their spiritual consciousness externally at all in the past few years. It seems that without master around, the seal is getting weaker and weaker. As it spoke, Fong Ping gestured to Old Man Li to keep an eye on it. These great emperors were so crazy, yet they even knew Di Yu. Perhaps both parties had communicated before. As if sensing Fong Ping and the rest's vigilance, Di Yu explained, "We've absorbed emperor blood to grow. Back then, when these great emperors' spiritual consciousness awakened, we've seen them a few times." The apparition did not care what they said, continuing to roar, "Let me go! Unquestionable sword dares to defy the heavens. You must die. You must die." Fong Ping's head hurt from the noise. He wanted to smash these fellows into pieces with a punch. There were a total of 3 apparitions. The one in front was the clearest, while the 2 at the back were somewhat illusory. Fong Ping sensed for a while. The apparition was probably just something projected by a dash of mentality. It did not have much lethality. After thinking about it, Fong Ping said, "Venerable emperors, please calm down. We are here to save the venerable sovereigns. But as the saying goes, don't get up early if there's nothing to gain. Judging by your looks, you still have some sense. I don't ask for much. I'll let you go if Di Zun hands over the unique technique." "Impudent! You mortals dare to threaten venerable sovereign. This is an unforgivable crime. Quickly open the seal and let this emperor out." The 3 shadows were all enraged. In their eyes, those who were not true gods were all mortals. How dare a mortal threaten a venerable sovereign? "Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you." When Fong Ping heard this crazy tone, he could not be bothered to say anything else. With a punch, he smashed the leading phantom into pieces. Tai, Tu, and Tian Mu also attacked. In the blink of an eye, the 3 venerable sovereigns' phantoms were completely shattered. "How dare you!" Impudent! As the spiritual energy of the fallen venerable sovereigns shattered, angry roars rang out again. They were furious, and their killing intent soared into the sky. These mortals actually dared to attack their spiritual consciousness. This was disgraceful. You also looked at these people in surprise, but he did not say anything. After all, they were just fallen venerable sovereigns, and now they were just a wisp of mentality projection. They did not have any abilities. Naturally, Fang Ping and the rest had nothing to worry about. After smashing these mentalities, Fang Ping picked his ears and said in a relaxed manner, "Finally, it's not so noisy anymore. It's much more relaxing." As he said that, he looked at old Wang and asked, "Can you sense where the heart is?" Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, pointing to a sealed house in the depths. "It's over there. It should be underground." Fang Ping nodded, and then said, "Take your time. Let's see if unquestionable Jian left anything here first. Don't barge in recklessly. It's easy to get into trouble." All right. Unquestionable Jian's bedroom was not small. The place where everyone was now seemed to be the living room where he usually received outsiders. There were also some other rooms. Everyone looked around the living room, but they did not see anything good. Very soon, they walked along the living room for a while, and an open-style room appeared in front of everyone. The study. Seeing this room, everyone knew what it was. The study. Fang Ping saw many of the crystal books from the bounded boundaries. Not only the crystal books, but there were also many animal skin books. Everyone rushed in. Yu's mentality fluctuated slightly, but he did not speak. Fang Ping went straight to the study table. The study table was very simple, and it seemed to be made of ordinary wood. On the table, there was also a crystal book. Fang Ping was very interested in this kind of book. Usually, the owner would read a book often, and that was why he would place it on the study table. He wanted to know what unquestionable Jian liked to read. Picking up the crystal book, Fang Ping's mentality poured in, and countless words appeared in his mind. After reading for a while, Fang Ping pulled Iron Head over and said, "Translate!" Everyone was silent. Everyone looked at him strangely. Old Manly could not help but say, "Can't you learn some of these?" Fang Ping said helplessly, "I don't have the energy. Moreover, these ancient words are different for different periods. It's a waste of time to learn them." Old Man Li did not even bother to complain. The school's ethos was not upright. This was MCMU's problem. They did not teach Fang Ping to love learning. He only knew how to fight and kill, and they had raised him into a boorish man. This was MCMAU's misfortune. Iron Head grinned for a while, then said, "This book is random notes? I think it's this." Iron Head identified it and said slowly, "This seems to be some daily records left behind by a powerhouse. You guys can just treat it as a diary." Unquestionable Jian's? I don't know. We'll know when we read it. Iron Head read for a while, then continued. "Today I met the Emperor." As soon as the sentence came out, everyone instantly realized that this was not Unquestionable Jian's. During Unquestionable Jian's era, there were no emperors. The Emperor said that the three realms are separated. Humans cultivate humanity, and immortals cultivate immortality. I believe that all beings in the three realms have the same path. There is no distinction between humans and immortals. Martial arts cultivates the body and cultivates the self. Different paths lead to the same goal. There is no need to separate. The Emperor did not agree with what I said. He talked about the immortal path and wanted to establish an immortal clan, to completely separate humans and immortals. This is the Emperor's matter. However, to establish an immortal clan, I still do not agree with neglecting the essentials. The Emperor was a little unhappy. He was about to debate the path. Outside the house, that cat came to steal fruits from the imperial family again. The Emperor went out to chase it away. I'm afraid he was unwilling to say much. He only informed me. When Fang Ping heard this, he was dumbfounded. That cat? Which cat? Could it be the ash cat? It seemed like it was the only one. Iron Head also grinned as he spoke. He said, "I think it's the ash cat. This cat is not bad. It actually stole the Emperor's vegetable garden in the ancient times. No wonder it was so fat. No matter how bad the vegetables grown by the emperor are, they can't be too bad, right? Everyone could not help but laugh. They also confirmed one thing. The ash cat lived for a really long time. The phrase stealing food again meant that it was not the first time. Even the powerhouse who recorded the notes should know about the ash cat. Ironhead teased and continued. Today the emperors are having a discussion and did not invite me. I'm afraid it has something to do with the three realms. The emperors seem to be very concerned about the immortal path. They intend to completely differentiate between humans and immortals. The emperors intend to change the situation of the three realms. They completely seal off the human world and establish an immortal source. What do the emperors intend to do? Today, I heard from Dong Huang that the earthly emperors intend to join forces to change the path of the Tao and establish rules. Rules? How can we cultivators be restricted like this? Dong Huang seems to have agreed. These fellow cultivators no longer ask me. Fine, I don't want to be meddlesome. However, how can the future generations agree to seal off the Tao? At this point, everyone sobered up. Sealing off the Tao, Tian Mu said in a low voice. Is this the reason why the emperor's path is blocked? In order to establish rules and differentiate between humans and immortals, the emperor sealed off everyone's Tao? Fang Ping did not care much about this. He smiled. I'm more concerned about who wrote the notes. The emperors actually sought him out for a discussion. He said emperors. Obviously, he is not an emperor himself. Heavenly Emperor Zhan? Ironhead seemed to be flipping through a book. Very quickly, he said, there are some other records here. It doesn't seem to be written by Old Wang. Oh, it's not written by Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Ironhead continued to recite. I don't agree with the immortal source stripping the human world's spiritual energy. I went to ask Zhan. Zhan said that the emperor's actions might cause chaos. Zhan said that when necessary, he will shoot the immortal source and shatter the heavenly human realm wall. He will not let the human world end. Everyone looked at each other and at Old Wang. Zhan. Was Heavenly Emperor Zhan called Zhan or Heavenly Emperor Zhan? No matter what it was called, it sounded very impressive. It sounded very simple. However, shattering the heavenly human realm wall. Now everyone knew what the heavenly human realm wall was. Could it be broken by humans? However, Heavenly Emperor Zhan sounded very easy. Immortal source? What was the immortal source? Fang Ping frowned slightly, deep in thought. Ironhead continued. Zhan has already agreed to come out and will no longer sit by and watch. I originally wanted to contact all parties. Damn it, that stupid big brute came to me again. This idiot, other than martial arts, can't he care about other things? The idiot insisted on saying that the path of the flesh is the fundamental path of humans. If the flesh is strong, nothing can break it. At this point, Ironhead's voice seemed to have become softer. His expression fluctuated. Idiot, I broke his armor today. Let this idiot go back and repair it, lest he gets in the way. Cough, cough, cough. Uffed. Everyone was trying hard to hold back their laughter. The idiot that this person was talking about, could it be Ironhead? Ironhead's face darkened. It couldn't be. I'm just casually reading. How can it implicate me? Fang Ping looked at Old Yao and smiled. Old Yao, don't tell me you wrote this? Yao Qingjun smiled bitterly. You ask me, I don't know. But I know that the idiot is most likely talking about Ironhead. You're the idiot. Ironhead scolded and said angrily, What does it have to do with me? Everyone burst out laughing. Fang Ping said, Continue reading. This random notes is interesting. I seem to have found out some great secret. The heavenly realm was shattered, the emperors disappeared. You guys were resurrected. I seem to have found out something. Ironhead continued to read. Today the immortal origin was built. The emperors were overjoyed. They summoned the emperors. Zhan is here. Zhan is usually peaceful. I didn't expect him to fly into a rage in court today. He pointed an arrow at the emperors. The emperors were humiliated. The earthly sovereign and Ren Huang were furious. The East Sovereign tried to dissuade him. They parted on bad terms. Something seems to have happened to Jean. Someone surrounded Jean. Damn it. Who is it? The Emperor's. Where's Jean? The idiot is here. The idiot and I were worried about Jean's current situation. We decided to go to the heavenly court to take a look. Damn it. That idiot Tengu. He gathered the powerhouses and surrounded the idiot. What a hindrance. To think that I praised him as an emperor in the past. He ruined everything. Jean's aura is gone. Following Iron Head's translation, Fan Ping's gaze changed. He said, I didn't expect Tengu to appear too. Surrounded the idiot. Iron Head. This matches up with what Wang Ruobing said. Iron Head scared Tengu away. Tengu clamored for help. As expected, he really called for help. It seemed like he had ruined everything. The owner of the notes and Iron Head seemed to be preparing to look for Jean Tiandi. In the end, they were surrounded by Tengu on the way. Jean Tiandi disappeared before they could find him. Fang Ping took a deep breath and asked, What happened after that? After that, Iron Head seemed to be flipping through it. He shook his head and said, There seems to be no more records after that. Tengu's attack on them should be the last record. After that, maybe he was too busy or the situation was tense, so he didn't record anymore. The notes was not long. It was like a diary. However, there were too many things recorded in these short words. Fang Ping asked suddenly, Can you understand the words of the Heavenly Realm era? Iron Head was stunned. After a while, he scratched his head and said, It's not the words of the Heavenly Realm. It's the words of the Land of Boundaries era. Fang Ping said in a low voice, That means this is actually Unquestionable Jian's translation. He translated this notes on purpose. He might have destroyed it originally. He might have recorded more things. But he didn't translate everything. He only kept a part of it. Everyone, do you feel a little bit? Everyone glanced at each other. Jiang Chao nodded and said, I can hear it. It seems like he wants us to be hostile to the emperors. The information revealed in the words is that the emperors are controlling everything behind the scenes. To distinguish human and immortal, establish the immortal source, make the human world end in Dharma, besiege and kill, block the Tao. From these, the emperors are not good people. In order to consolidate their rule and establish rules, they killed these rebellious powerhouses, which led to the outbreak of the Heavenly Realm Great War. Since Jiang Chao could hear it, of course, everyone could hear it too. Iron Head did not care about this. He chuckled and said, Everyone, let's talk about this later. Did you hear it? He and the stupid idiot want to go to the Heavenly Court to take a look. The Heavenly Court? Iron Head grinned and said, There's actually a Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Realm's ruling organization? Fang Ping, you can't even explain that you're not the Celestial Emperor. But the Celestial Emperor is Tengu. Could it be that the ruler of the Heavenly Court is not called the Celestial Emperor? That's right. All the emperors are here. In that case, it might be the Heavenly Emperor. Iron Head seemed to have discovered a big secret. Fang Ping said sarcastically, Don't say any more. That idiot is talking about you. You're a guy who can't do anything right. From what you're saying, it sounds like you scared Tengu. Tengu found someone to take revenge on you, causing a big mess. Heavenly Emperor Zhan disappeared. I don't know if he's dead or something, Li Hansong said innocently. Even if it's me, it has nothing to do with me. This matter should be blamed on Tengu. This dog is too narrow-minded. Just because of this trivial matter, he really found someone to take revenge. They did not pay much attention to what Wang Ruobing said previously. But looking at it now, maybe this matter was a big deal. Maybe it was also because of this that a series of unforeseen events happened later. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, Dong Huang. Wang Ruobing said you went to Dong Huang to help in the battle. Could it be to deal with the owner of the transcripts? I think it's Old Yao for now. That means you went to Dong Huang to deal with Old Yao. In that case, you're not Old Yao's opponent. You also want to take revenge on him? You're exactly the same as Tengu. But you said you went to look for your enemy. It might not be Old Yao. Looks like you and Old Yao even joined forces to look for Heavenly Emperor Zhan later on, which is also Old Wang. Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Forget it. The matters of your era are too complicated. Who knows if you're talking about the real enemy or if you're just making a ruckus?" The owner of the transcripts said that he once praised Tengu for having the bearing of an emperor. This matches up with what the old cat said. The old cat said that Blackface said he was not as good as Tengu. It's more or less what he meant. Fang Ping said for a while and said, "This unquestionable sword book seems to be left here on purpose. It concerns some secrets of the ancient heaven world. I don't know what he's trying to do." Old Manly interrupted. "Let's not care about this first. Heavenly Emperor Zhan might have really been killed. Wang Jinyang is very likely his reincarnation. If that's the case, Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart has been ripped out. Is the person who killed him so hostile? Or is it that his heart is unusual and very important? That's why it wasn't destroyed. Let's go take a look." "Oh, right. Is there an introduction to these emperor corpses?" Fang Ping asked. In the crowd, Jiang Hao held a book and said, "There are some. Sealing the corpses of the emperors and using the power contained in their corpses to maintain the operation of the entire emperor's tomb. This is one of the points of sealing the emperor's corpses. There's another point. I think it's to maintain the activity of the heart." Jiang Hao frowned. "That should be it. The emperor's corpses are mainly for nothing else but to revive the heart. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart seemed to be in a dead period. The demon emperor used the emperor's blood to nourish the heart. Then let's go take a look." Fang Ping took a step and walked towards the cultivation room. That was where the unquestionable sword sealed the emperors. At this moment, Diu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Don't break the seal rashly. A few of the emperor's spiritual consciousnesses are still lingering. Once the seal is broken, they might revive. When that time comes, we'll be in trouble." Fang Ping turned his head to look at it and said with a faint smile, "Previously you let us in and said that the demon emperor left something for us. But now we don't see anything. Obviously, the thing you're talking about is probably the heart. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to break the seal and enter the place where the emperor's corpses are sealed. It seems like we have no choice but to do this. I'm curious, does the demon emperor know that breaking the seal might awaken the emperor's corpses? Since there's this possibility, why not make it simpler? Or is it because we have no choice but to do this? This is also a test for us?" Diu was a little hesitant. Fang Ping sneered again and said, "So, your original intention is actually for us to break the seal, whether it's you or the demon emperor. It seems like both of you mean the same thing. If that's the case, why do you have to pretend to advise us? Actually, I'm just curious about one thing. Is there any benefit in breaking the seal and letting these emperors' corpses out? Why do you want to let them go?" You seemed like he wanted to explain. Fang Ping waved his hand and said with a smile, "I just want to ask, how strong are the awakened emperor's corpses?" "The emperor's corpse's power has been extracted for many years. I'm afraid there's not much left. But the emperor's corpses are the corpses of emperors. Even if there's no power left, they're probably not weaker than some origin powerhouses. That's good. 3 emperors' corpses that can awaken, right?" Fang Ping looked at Tianmu and Old Manly and said, "The 3 of us, 1 each. If we're really no match for them, we'll snatch their hearts and leave. As for the rest, we don't care. It's not like we're the ones who caused the trouble. Moreover, this was still the catacombs. In the boundary zone, Fang Ping did not care at all about what would happen to these emperors' corpses after they came out. If they only had the strength of origin, he would not be afraid of the other party. At this moment, Old Wang said lightly, "Where's the sky punishing sword?" "It should be in the seal too." Old Wang nodded slightly and did not ask any more. These words, however, reminded Fong Ping that the sky-punishing sword was still in the seal. He did not know if any unforeseen events would happen. Fong Ping did not say anything more. He strode toward the cultivation room. Today it was time to end everything. No matter what unquestionable sword was plotting, at this point he did not care anymore. Everything would be fine once he had the strength. Chapter 905. Cultivation Room. It was a simple setup. Unquestionable Jen was obviously a hard-working cultivator. Everyone could tell at first glance that a martial artist and his cultivation room was the best way to understand a person's condition. Qin Fingqing's cultivation room was empty. Fong Ping's cultivation room was empty except for a cushion. Everyone else was more or less the same. Some second-generation martial artists liked to decorate their training rooms with gaudy, magnificent, and large piles of weapons. Such people didn't have much of a future. There was only one cattail hassock in the cultivation room. Fong Ping did not care about this at first. Jiang Chao, who was walking around, suddenly kicked the cattail hassock away. Fong Ping was about to scold him and ask him not to run around. At that moment, Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the line of words below the cattail hassock. "Come, read it." Fong Ping kicked Iron Head. This guy was still talking about Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court, my ass. This guy's brain circuit was very special recently. Fong Ping wanted to scold him for being an idiot. Iron Head glanced at it and said casually, "Hatred will blind people. That's what it means." Fong Ping rubbed his chin. After pondering for a while, he said, "Interesting. Looks like unquestionable Jian also feels that he's been blinded by hatred. His wife's death must have been a huge blow to him. However, he must avenge his wife's death. I'm thinking about something now. Who killed his wife? Is his enemy dead or not?" Naturally, no one was able to answer this question. Fong Ping looked at Diyu. Diyu said telepathically, "I don't know either. Master never mentioned it." It was unlikely that someone like unquestionable Jian would talk about this with the demons. "Forget it. Let's look for the seal. Where is it?" Fong Ping had just finished speaking when Old Wang pointed at the line of words. "It's here." Fong Ping looked at the ground. There was nothing unusual. Was this where the seal was? How was he going to open it? At that moment, Diyu said again, "If you want to open the seal, I'm afraid you'll have to do it." He was talking about Old Wang. Old Wang took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and extended his hand toward the ground. When his vitality force erupted, Fong Ping and the others felt the entire bedchamber shake. Since it had come to this, everyone was ready for a big battle. Fong Ping and the others had their divine weapons on them, waiting for the big battle to break out. At the side, Li Hansong and the others were also keeping an eye on Diyu. If anything happened, they would immediately attack and kill it. Rumble. The combat heavenly palace was shaking, the emperor's tomb was shaking, and even the entire domain was shaking. Outside the combat heavenly palace, Qi Huanyu stabbed a 9th-grade demon plant to death with a spear and yelled furiously, "Get out of the way!" In a short period of time, 7 or 8 of these monster plants had been killed. 4 of the rank 9s had fallen, but they still did not retreat. This surprised Qi Huanyu and the others. These demon plants had come to block the path with the determination to die. What were they trying to do? Just to protect Master's palace? At this moment, the leading Emperor Blood Tree's mental energy fluctuated violently as it said with a smile, "The seal has been opened. Master will return very soon." Everyone frowned. Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu charged toward it without saying a word. At the back of the crowd, Li Wuqi, the water buffalo, looked at the demon swordsman and transmitted his voice. "Jenny, you said they are traitors? Why don't I think so?" The Emperor Blood Tree clan was still fighting to the death until now. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look like they were traitors. The demon swordsman also transmitted his voice. They have other plans. Once the seal is opened, Something big is going to happen. 3 venerable emperors have awakened. Everyone is in danger. Jian Yi, what are you hiding? Li Wuqi roared in a low voice again. He felt some danger. The demon swordsman seemed to have other plans. This demon tree was probably not as pure as he claimed. Jian Yi has nothing to ask for. I only want Master's enemy to be completely destroyed, not resurrected. The demon swordsman transmitted his voice. His body moved like a sword, drawing a dazzling path in the air. Using his body as a sword, he slashed out and directly destroyed a rank 8 Emperor blood tree. Li Wuqi glared at the demon swordsman. Seeing this, he did not ask any more. His 4 hooves stepped in the air, and a sharp golden light erupted from his horns. A golden ray shot out, and like the demon swordsman, he killed a rank 8 Emperor blood tree with 1 strike. If these 2 powerhouses attacked a rank 8, the result would be an instant kill. The others also attacked. Many of the 18 Emperor blood trees had already died. Now that more of them were killed, they could no longer stop the others. With Zhao Xingwu and Qi Huanyu working together, the Emperor blood tree clan chief's branches and leaves were shattered. Blood-red blood gushed out. At this time, the entire combat heavenly palace shook even more violently. Seeing this, the demon swordsman's mind energy fluctuated violently. Quick, kill them and enter the imperial palace. Otherwise, we will all die. Before the venerable emperors awaken, kill them and take the gateway of Tao. Even though they knew the demon swordsman was up to no good, everyone was moved by his words. The gateway of Tao for venerable emperors. Who did not want to take it? The battle became even more intense. People died from time to time, and there were also demon clan members who died. The entire imperial tomb was filled with blood qi. More and more powerhouses died, making the sky even more blood-red. Outside the bounded domain, Imperial Sea Mountain, Zhang Tao, who had promised not to come, suddenly appeared beside the warlord. The warlord was not surprised, but he asked curiously, "Is that thing done?" "Soon. It's fine to leave for a while. What are you doing here? Are you worried about this old man?" "No." Zhang Tao looked at the bounded domain and the blood-red area. Suddenly his eyes turned cold. "I may have guessed what unquestionable Jian is going to do. This guy is actually raising goo." "Raising goo?" The warlord really did not understand. He turned the imperial tomb into a place to raise goo, raising those emperor corpses. What is he using to raise them? This guy. How daring! How daring! He is not suppressing the emperor corpses. He is raising goo. But how does he control these emperor corpses? The warlord frowned. What was unquestionable Jian doing? Little Sword is raising the corpses! At this moment, in the Forbidden Sea, the gray cat was even sadder. He is raising the corpses, using that blood-red guy's heart to raise the corpses. When the imperial tomb was in a riot, the gray cat saw many things. Its heaven-punishing sword was over there, and it could sense many things. Little Sword is changing the blood of those corpses. Once the heart returns to that blood-red guy, those corpses will listen to him. But the heart has also been planted by Little Sword. That blood-red guy will go crazy and become an irrational lunatic. The gray cat was even sadder. So many people went in this time just to use blood to activate something. The grand formation was activated. At this moment, the killing array laid down by Xiao Jian was completely activated. No one could enter or exit it. When that blood-red guy got his heart and the heart returned, he would be attacked by the frantic spiritual consciousness of those great emperors and go crazy. Did Little Sword want him to kill those people? Kill the swindler and the others? Walk the same path as Little Sword and completely destroy the world? An expert with the strength of an emperor level, bringing the corpses of several experts with the strength of an emperor level, just to destroy the world. The world was going to be in chaos. The more the gray cat watched, the sadder he became. Such a Little Sword was no longer the guy who accompanied him to fish. He had changed. Why? The gray cat murmured, very sad. In the bounded domain, Gong Yuzi's face was indifferent. It had begun. Zhan Tiandi was here. This expert, who could fight an emperor-level expert back then, was here. When his heart returned, how much of his strength would this Zhan Tiandi recover? In addition to the 3 complete emperor corpses, as long as they were given some time, they would soon recover their full strength. By then there would be several crazy great emperors and a top great emperor like Zhan Tiandi. The world was going to be in chaos. Q-Sword, this is not what Master wants to see, but I have returned what I owed you. Everything that you said back then, Master has completed for you. Gong Yuzi suddenly sighed. Before Q-Sword left back then, he had completed everything that he had entrusted to him. The opening of the Emperor's tomb, the arrival of Zhan Tiandi, he had completed everything. Gong Yuzi looked in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain and murmured, "Zhang Tao? Is it you or him?" After saying that, Gong Yuzi looked at the purple cap mountain behind him and the sky palace behind him. It was time for him to go. After the matter of the Emperor's tomb, the world was going to be in chaos. Q-Sword had even schemed against Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation was one of the strongest among the great emperors and also the oldest. After this matter ended, there might be a war between the ancient great emperors. One by one, the hidden great emperors would appear in advance. Chaos was coming. Gong Yuzi thought to himself and sighed again. The chaos had been brought forward by a few years. He did not know what Q-Sword was trying to do. Inside the Battle Heavenly Palace, there was a rumble, accompanied by a violent explosion. The entire ground was shaking. Then, in the cultivation room, a crack opened. "Kill! Q-Sword, you deserve to die! Kill them all!" Several chaotic shouts broke out. However, there were only shouts and no movement. Fong Ping frowned. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Go down!" Having said that, he took the lead and jumped down directly. The moment he jumped down, Fong Ping suddenly clutched his heart. Not only him, but the people who followed him down also clutched their hearts. Bang, bang, the beating of their hearts seemed to have suppressed everything. They seemed to have entered a different world. It was very small, only a few hundred square meters in size. The different world was also blood red. The most eye-catching thing was in a blood pool. A fist-sized heart was suspended in the air, beating slowly. Above the heart, there seemed to be a few lines that were connected to the blood pool. And in the blood pool, at this moment, a few shadows appeared. There seemed to be a few corpses floating in the blood pool. Those were the great emperor's corpses. These corpses seemed to be moving at this moment. The heart was still beating slowly. Not only the heart. On top of the heart, there was a sword. The small sword was not considered big. At this moment, it was stuck on top of the heart, piercing through it. Inside the heart, there were still drops of blood dripping down, dripping into the blood pool. Wang Jinyang's face was deathly pale. He clutched his chest, unable to speak. Sky Destroyer. Fong Ping instantly realized what that was. Q-Sword's Sky Destroyer was not to suppress these emperor corpses, but to suppress old Wang's heart. He used Sky Destroyer to suppress the heart, letting it bleed. Wang Jinyang's face was deathly pale, sweating profusely. At this moment, it was as if there was a connection with the heart, unusually painful. "Damn bastard!" Fong Ping suddenly cursed. Q-Sword, this fellow was actually suppressing old Wang's heart. At this moment, Du suddenly said, "Honorable guest, this should be the gift that Master left for you." "Oh no, these emperor corpses are about to awaken. Quickly take the heart and leave this place." As Du spoke, the few corpses in the blood pool suddenly opened their eyes. At this moment, the few shadows floating above the blood pool gradually condensed. The leading great emperor powerhouse seemed to have sobered up a lot. He glanced at the heart floating in front of him, then at the Sky Destroyer above the heart. Suddenly he sighed softly. Sky Destroyer sword. Sky Destroyer arrow is more like it. Having said that, he looked at Wang Jinyang and said, as if he was talking in his sleep, Heavenly Emperor Zhan? You are really still alive. Q sword, he wants that damn bastard. The shadow suddenly became a little confused, roaring, Leave! Remember, don't go deep into the sea of suffering. In this short moment, the shadow's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Kill! At this moment, the shadow seemed to have lost its mind. It did not attack Wang Jinyang, but Fang Ping and the rest instantly. As the shadow moved, the corpses in the blood pool seemed to be pulled and floated up too. D, you seem to have discovered something. His mentality fluctuated violently. The heart. They're absorbing the heart's energy. Quick, cut off the source of energy and seize the heart. Don't let them recover completely. Fang Ping and the rest could also see that the emperor corpses seemed to be absorbing the heart's energy. The blood dripping from the heart was very little before, but now it was suddenly increasing. Old Wang was also in even more unbearable pain. Those emperor corpses' strength had just barely reached rank 9 previously. In the blink of an eye, their auras had become a whole lot stronger. Iron Head, go get the heart. Old Li, let's kill the enemies. Fang Ping let out a low roar and shot out, wielding his saber. He charged toward a corpse that had already stepped out of the blood pool. Li Changsheng and Iron Head also did not say a word, swiftly charging toward the other 2 corpses. In the blood pool, there were a total of 6 corpses. At this moment, 3 corpses were starting to recover. The other 3 seemed to be slightly damaged, but they were also in the process of recovering. It was just that they did not have shadows, more like dead people, unlike the 3 corpses that had already recovered and had even conversed with them before. In the small space, in the blink of an eye, there was a massacre. Fang Ping had just exchanged blows with this emperor corpse when he felt immense pressure. Although the other party's energy had faded, it seemed that the pressure was still there, giving him a great deal of pressure. The other party did not have a weapon. It was just a simple mechanical punch and palm, but it seemed to have gone through thousands of tempering. When Fang Ping slashed with his saber, the other party did not seem to deliberately evade. It just walked casually, and a palm struck Fang Ping's left arm. A crack sounded. The 8 refinements' golden body actually showed signs of bones shattering at this moment. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the most miserable one was Tianmu. The emperor corpse that he was fighting seemed to be the one that had recovered some of its consciousness earlier. Obviously, that one was the strongest. Tianmu's punch landed on the other party's head. The other party shifted slightly, and a simple palm strike pierced through Tianmu's chest. Seeing this, Tianmu roared, "These emperor corpses are very strong. They still retain their combat experience when they were alive. Very strong. Be careful." At this moment, Old Man Li was also under great pressure. His figure was like lightning, entangling with an emperor corpse. When he heard this, he shouted, "Be careful yourself. These guys' golden bodies are comparable to 8 refinements. F*CK. Their strength has declined to this extent, but they're still so strong." These emperor corpses had been absorbing energy for many years. Their energy was only comparable to ordinary rank 9 powerhouses. However, the other party's combat techniques, experience, pressure, after thousands of tempering, they were much stronger than the rest. At this moment, the 3 of them were quickly falling into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, the other party was still in the process of recovering, its strength getting stronger and stronger. If this went on, the 3 of them would definitely not be a match for it. At this moment, Li Hansong had already soared into the air, flying toward the heart. In the end, he had just flown into the vicinity of the blood pool. In the pool, 3 broken emperor corpses suddenly erupted. Even without their consciousness, they were extremely powerful. With a punch, a palm, and a kick, They sent Li Hansong flying directly. Seeing this, Yao Qingjun was a little hesitant. He was guarding Diyu and also had to protect Wang Jinyang. At this moment, he might not be able to help in the battle. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not say a word. Wielding his sword, he charged over quickly, helping Li Hansong resist the enemy. Jiang Chao looked left and right, looking helpless. I'm very weak. I, a rank 7, have not even fought a few times. Right now, the weakest 3 emperor corpses probably have the strength of a weak rank 9. Li Hansong's divine armor appeared, blocking the main pressure. Jiang Hao was comparable to a rank 8. He could also fight with some difficulty. As a rank 7, if he fought, he would probably be looking for a beating. Jiang Chao looked left and right, roaring, "What should I do?" Fang Ping shouted, "You bring old Wang out." As soon as he said this, Wang Jinyang panted violently. I can't go. The heart. I have to get it. Fatty, send me to the heart." The heart was still beating slowly. Wang Jinyang looked at the heart, his gaze slightly dazed. He looked at the sword pierced through the heart. Sky-crushing sword. Sky-crushing arrow. His bow. There was only the bow, no arrow. He had always felt that there might really be no arrow. Usually, he also condensed the arrow using the vitality box as power. But now it seemed like there was an arrow. Unquestionable sword pierced through his heart with sky-crushing sword, causing blood to flow. Was there any special meaning behind it? Wang Jinyang was not in the mood to think about it. Right now, his consciousness was starting to blur. That heart had too much of an impact on him. At this moment, Wang Jinyang suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. If he came here alone this time, what kind of scene would it be? Would he be able to come here smoothly? Was unquestionable sword so confident that he would be able to get the gift he gave? Diyu had said that unquestionable sword had long said that he would give this thing to him. But how could he get it smoothly? One had to know that from the moment he entered the emperor's tomb, his power had started to go out of control. Even at this moment, Wang Jinyang still managed to maintain his calm. If he wanted to send him in, then he had to start from the beginning. If he really came here alone and wanted to ensure that he entered safely and arrived here safely, unquestionable sword would not want to see him die in the periphery, right? Someone will escort me in. When I reach here, the Emperor Blood Tree clan will receive me. They will ensure that I can enter this place. Sword Tree clan. Emperor Blood Tree clan. At this moment, Old Wang suddenly came to his senses. They were in cahoots, one from the inside and the other from the outside, ensuring that he could enter. Not only that, maybe there was someone secretly protecting him, such as Gong Yuzi. Even without Fang Ping, he should be able to come here smoothly this time. Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang suddenly shouted. Fang Ping happened to be flying backward from the Emperor Corpse's attack. He growled in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Kill the demon. Kill the blood." Fang Ping's gaze changed instantly. Without saying a word, he suddenly charged toward the imprisoned Diyu. On Diyu's torso, the old face changed. He transmitted his voice. "Sir, what do you mean? This lowly demon is innocent. Kill! Shatter! Destroy!" Fang Ping roared. At this moment, Yao Qingjun also wielded his god destroyer spear. His mentality erupted. The crystal ring that imprisoned Diyu exploded with a rumble, causing Diyu's mentality to scream in pain. Fang Ping abandoned the Emperor Corpse and attacked Diyu directly. Although it was unexpected, no one questioned it at this moment. Tian Mu and Old Man Li roared angrily. The two of them joined forces and barely managed to entangle the Emperor Corpse that Fang Ping had abandoned. Even though it was beaten until its golden body began to crack, it still rose violently and counterattacked the Emperor Corpse. The battle became fierce in an instant. Chapter 906. Inside the combat Heavenly Palace, the killing was intense. Blood also flowed like a river outside the combat Heavenly Palace. The entire tomb was red. Meanwhile, Outside the domain, near Mount Royal Sea, a phantom was faintly discernible. Very strong. These words came from Zhang Tao in the distance. Zhang Tao, who had always been arrogant, showed a rare vigilance. He seemed to be talking to himself. You're the dragon transformation, celestial emperor. Yes. Why are you here? Save them. The voice of the illusory figure was very soft, but it still echoed in Zhang Tao's ears. I'm at the end of my lifespan, but I'm afraid I haven't forgotten. My daughter is innocent. 1,000 years ago, Unquestionable Jian said that on the day the Emperor's tomb opens, there would be an item that could save my daughter. So I had no choice but to come. Unquestionable Sword looked for Venerable Emperor. Zhang Tao called him Emperor, acknowledging that this person was a true Emperor Master. As for the other great emperors, they had more or less dropped in cultivation. No, I didn't. We just exchanged a few words. I didn't participate in the matter regarding the Unquestionable Sword. What do I need to save the daughter of the sovereign? I don't know. When my daughter was born, the great Tao was incomplete. Her life was overflowing and couldn't be suppressed. Only by continuously sealing her would my little girl be able to survive. If I want to save my little girl, I must use an item that is full of origin source. Only an item that is extraordinarily full of origin source can do it. In the past, there were some treasures in the heaven realm that could save my daughter, but they were all in the hands of the emperors. This emperor once went to ask for medicine, but all the emperors declined. Unquestionable Jian had been to the heaven realm before. He should know about my daughter, since he said that he must have something to rely on. 1,000 years ago, I came to the emperor's tomb once, but Gong Yuzi prevented me from entering. Today, when the emperor's tomb opens, I will seize the treasure for my daughter no matter what. I will allow my daughter to live another life and not suffer the pain of being sealed. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said a lot. My daughter is very old, almost 10,000 years old. However, the actual time he had been active in the outside world was less than 20 years. He woke up once every 100 years, and each time he woke up, it would only take 1 or 2 years. Such days were too torturous. Dragon Transformation, Heavenly Emperor this life. He experienced far too much. When the heaven realm was still around, before the sovereigns had achieved their Tao, he was already born. He had witnessed emperors achieving the Tao, witnessed extreme experts fighting against the heavens and destroying the earth, witnessed the grand occasion of the heavenly court, witnessed the destruction of the heavenly realm, and witnessed too much. Thousands of years ago, when the Earth Emperor Divine Dynasty was destroyed, he had participated in the war. That battle was not for the imperial path. The earthly sovereign once had a treasure that could save people. He felt that the projection of the earthly sovereign might have left this treasure behind. So he participated in the battle. But in the end, there was nothing. All these years he had lost all hope. It was only until that year when Unquestionable Jian spoke to him from outside the Brahma passing heaven that he had hope. From the start of the tomb, he unsealed his daughter and let her go. Unquestionable Sword once said that if his daughter went there, she would definitely gain something. He was worried, so he personally rushed over to watch over this place. As long as his daughter sensed it, he would charge into the emperor's tomb and seize the treasure. Zhang Tao sighed softly and didn't say anything. Even a venerable sovereign Gula like the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor had been drawn out, and it seemed like the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor wouldn't give up this time. In that case, there might be a war between emperors. I don't mean any harm, Du tried to explain again, but at this moment he was dizzy from the explosion of the beast-taming hoop. Before he could finish speaking, Fong Ping had already slashed at him. I just want to kill you. There's no other reason. I'm eyeing your emperor blood fruit. Fong Ping was that straightforward. It was not easy to strike before, but now that Old Wang said to kill, he would do it. Old Wang rarely said these things. He was not the kind of person who would kill and seize treasures just for the sake of treasures. Back when he was rank 2, Fong Ping, a normal person, a stranger, had split the loot with him. Old Wang had never thought of killing and seizing treasures. This time, under such circumstances, he actually asked him to kill the Emperor Bloodtree. There must be a reason. Diyu saw that his murderous intent was boiling and did not say anything else. His torso suddenly enlarged, like a swordsman. Countless branches suddenly unleashed swordsmanship, combat techniques. The branches and leaves were like sharp swords, swiftly attacking Fang Ping. Not only Fang Ping, but Yao Qingjun and the rest were also included in it. You hit it well. Fang Ping sneered. When he took down the other party, previously, he did not see that the other party knew swordsmanship. Honorable guest, why do you have to force me? I force my ass. Fang Ping scolded loudly, slashing out with his saber, smashing the other party's branches and leaves. He sneered, "Don't play this game with me. Trying to trick me? Dream on. This time, everything in the Emperor's tomb will be mine. Do you really think that I have no confidence at all?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden burst of battle cries from the periphery. Inside Combat Heavenly Palace. At this moment, a group of people had already charged in. At this moment, Qi Huanyu suddenly joined forces with Zhao Xingwu, exploding together and killing indiscriminately. Killing indiscriminately. Killing on sight. It wasn't just these two. Ji Yao's and Hua Yu's divine generals had also erupted. These people killed on sight. Blood flowed like a river. Although there were not many people, these people were all powerhouses. Blood gushed out unstoppably. Ji Yao looked coldly at the place where the people were fighting, not saying a word. Hua Yu fanned his fan, looked at Ji Yao, smiled, and said playfully, "Ji Yao, it's not good to kill indiscriminately like this, right?" Ji Yao sneered but did not reply. Seeing this, Hua Yu transmitted his voice. What benefits did Fang Ping agree to? Ji Yao looked at him coldly, and after a while she transmitted back, "What about you?" "A complete emperor corpse. That's all." Hua Yu said with a smile, "Not much." Fang Ping said that the emperor corpse is not the key. He will help me extract the origin of Great Tao. Even Ancestor Wang might not be able to do this. Fang Ping should be confident. Tian Mu, who is by his side, extracted King Pine's Great Tao. I only want this. He did not care about treasures. Was there any use? With a complete Emperor Powerhouse's Great Tao, he might be able to quickly enter the Emperor realm. This was the biggest reward. Aren't you afraid that he will go back on his word? This is not the first time he has done this. Ji Yao replied indifferently. Hua Yu laughed, no matter. To show his sincerity, he left 100,000 origin of imperishable substance. If he gives it to the Emperor corpse, he will return it. If not, it will belong to me. It won't be too late to turn hostile then. As he spoke, Hua Yu casually fished around a flower bed. An incomparably dim golden orb fell into his hand. Hua Yu laughed. This is good stuff. I don't think he cares about the fallen emperor's path, but he might care more about this. Ji Yao sneered. Did Fang Ping lack this? It seemed that Hua Yu had never expected Fang Ping to keep his word. He just wanted to get rid of the others first. Hua Yu looked at her. What about you? What did Fang Ping promise you? Sky punishing sword, Emperor corpse, any 3 celestial world treasures. You believe him? I do, Ji Yao said indifferently, because he used this to win my trust. As she finished speaking, she made a grabbing motion, and a crystal book appeared in her hand. At this moment, many people looked over even though they were fighting. Hua Yu's expression changed. He stopped transmitting and said in a low voice, True Emperor's ultimate art. Wrong, King Wu's ultimate art. Ji Yao said indifferently, Hand over those and return this to him. It doesn't matter if you don't hand it over. King Wu's ultimate art is here. Ancestor Wang will be happier to hand it over than the sky-punishing sword. Grandpa Huanyu, kill all these people. They are so annoying. Do they really think the world belongs to them? Laughable. Qi Huanyu cracked Li Wuji's bull horn with a spear and laughed. It's worth it. Yao, It's worth it regardless of whether we get anything from the tomb. Too worth it. King Wu's ultimate art. Hua Yu's expression darkened. He said in a low voice, "Are you sure it's true?" Ji Yao was indifferent, too lazy to reply. "If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have let Grandpa Huan Yu do it." Fang Ping had placed a heavy bet this time. He only wanted what he wanted. He could give the rest away. However, Fang Ping had placed a mentality seal on the ultimate art. That guy was not prepared to give it away and was prepared to exchange the Emperor corpse. Ji Yao was not in a hurry to break the seal, lest she destroyed King Wu's ultimate art. Who was King Wu? Even Ancestor Wang said that King Wu was a top powerhouse, second only to Heavenly King subduing, among the revived martial artists. If they fought to the death, he might not win. This was King Wu, King Wu's ultimate art. When Ji Yao heard that Fang Ping wanted to use it as collateral, her first thought was to just leave with King Wu's ultimate art. Was the Emperor's tomb really more important than King Wu's ultimate art? Disregarding whether she could find King Wu's flaws, just the ultimate art of a top powerhouse, even if she did not walk the martial king's path, she might be able to walk a decent path by using it as a reference. The premise was that she would not be too incompatible with King Wu's ultimate art. Ji Yao was too lazy to say anything. She continued to watch everyone fight. At this moment, someone roared from afar, "Come in and help, the Emperor corpse has been revived. It's extremely powerful. If you want the Emperor corpse, do it yourself." Ji Yao said indifferently, "Fang Ping, you want us to help you clean up? You agreed to the Emperor corpse yourself. If we could take it, would we still need you to state your conditions? If you can't take the Emperor corpse, we'll take it. Then it'll be ours. Including King Wu's ultimate art, it'll be ours too." Fang Ping scolded, "Ji Yao, we've worked together many times. Is there a need to calculate it so clearly? I've said it before, I don't care about the Emperor corpse. I only want what I want. Everyone gets their own benefits. Isn't that good? Su Bing, you guys go kill those guys for me and come in and help. Otherwise, I'll go back. If I don't kill a few great emperors this time, I'll change my surname to yours. Mother of asterisk cur, they even want to scheme against me. Do they really think I'm easy to mess with? Observe a few grandmasters tomorrow. Before I left, I told them that if I didn't go back, they'll all be buried with me. If you don't believe me, try it." Fang Ping roared as he fought, "Hurry up! Don't force me. If you push me too far, we'll die together. Before I came in, I've already buried millions of imperishable substances in Combat Heavenly Palace. When the time comes, I'll blow up all of you bastards." Fang Ping scolded. Inside, a muffled sound was heard. In the crowd, Su Bing and the others were livid. Fang Ping actually threatened them like this? He did not intend to negotiate at all. He was extremely tough. If they did not help, then they would die together. Not only would they die, but Earth was already prepared to encircle and annihilate those grandmasters. Did they believe it? They did. After staying in the Heaven Division for a few days, Fang Ping sometimes liked to brag, but there were times when he really did not brag. He said that if he died, he would drag people to be buried with him. This was 100% true. This guy was just so petty. Zhang Tao and the others also valued him very much. If Fang Ping died here, moreover, the cat was also with Fang Ping. Su Bing gritted his teeth and growled, "Encircle and kill these people. Go help them quickly." A few grandmasters from the Heaven Division were not targeted by the others earlier. At this time, everyone was also gritting their teeth, attacking the others one after another. Chang Shanqi shouted angrily, "Su Bing, what are you doing?" Previously, these grandmasters had already reached a consensus. Now, Su Bing actually betrayed them. Lu Ji also said angrily, "You're actually afraid of a brat." They could not understand. Su Bing and the others were not too weak. They were even ancient figures. Did they need to be afraid of that fellow Fang Ping? Su Bing did not say a word. Did they think he was joking with them? If he died here, it would definitely be chaos. These Grandmasters in the Earth Division were still fine, but the Grandmasters in the human world might really be surrounded and annihilated. Su Bing and the others felt aggrieved. But at this time they had no choice but to act. Moreover, Fang Ping could even persuade the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that the others were at a disadvantage. If they did not act now, they might be surrounded and killed by these people later. In the crowd, Wu Chuan slashed a rank 9 powerhouse back with a sword. Without saying a word, he directly rushed into the cultivation room in front of him. In the alternate world, Old Man Li and the others were already at a disadvantage. Their injuries were getting more and more serious. Fang Ping and Di, you were also fighting fiercely. Everyone had heard the commotion outside. Jiang Chao looked surprised. He exclaimed, Fang Ping, not bad. You've even roped in a great enemy. He did not expect that Fang Ping, Ji Yao, and Hua Yu had reached an agreement. If there had not been a commotion outside and these people had rushed in, Fang Ping and the others might have been the first unlucky ones. While Fang Ping was fighting Diyu, he laughed and said, It's a matter of character. If you have a good character, these are not a problem. I say, let's split the benefits of the Emperor's tomb. Instead of splitting it among many parties, why don't we split it among the 3 of us? What a great thing! After saying that, Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. He looked at the heart and shouted, Old Wang, can you take this thing? These guys are bent on letting you take it. Don't have any bad intentions. No, they definitely have bad intentions. That bastard, unquestionable Jian, is playing this game with me. He's too inexperienced. Being old doesn't mean having a high IQ. This game, I'm too familiar with it. Did he really think that I watched movies for nothing? Fang Ping cursed. He had watched too many things. In this situation, unquestionable Jian was bent on letting Old Wang take a heart. How could he have any good intentions? Don't take it first. I'll take it later. I don't believe that he can still scheme against me. I'll let Old Cat and Old Zhang take a look later. We'll see if there's any problem. If it was someone else, they might not hand over something like a heart to others. At this moment, Wang Jinyang could already feel the great attraction of the heart toward him. However, Wang Jinyang still suppressed the feeling of losing control. He nodded slightly and did not reply. Ever since the team was established, Fang Ping had always played the role of the leader. Everyone wanted to take treasures, especially this kind of treasure that originally belonged to him. He wanted to take it even more. However, unquestionable Jian might have a scheme. Forget about the possibility of it. Even if he did not, Fang Ping was the leader of this operation. If Fang Ping wanted to distribute his past life's heart, he would not say anything. Some things. Let bygones be bygones. Old Wang looked at the heart and muttered in his sleep. Since the heart belonged to the past life, then it belonged to that person in the past life. It did not belong to Wang Jinyang. This was not his heart. This was just a foreign object. Did unquestionable Jian really think that he could not resist this temptation? At this moment, Wang Jinyang suddenly said in a low voice, Hurry up! The heart seems like it's going to come to me of its own accord. Motherf asterisk cur. Fang Ping cursed loudly. Anything that came to him would not be good. Are you forcing me to do this? Fang Ping cursed. Suddenly, the golden house appeared and sucked Diyu inside. Rumble. The golden house exploded. Diyu was ramming madly inside. It was extremely powerful, causing the golden house to shake continuously. At this time, Wu Chuan also rushed in quickly. Ignoring Fang Ping, he went straight to Old Man Li and the rest. The 2 of them were fighting against 3 corpses. They were already heavily injured. Wu Chuan quickly joined in, shouting, Think of something quickly. The emperor corpses are getting stronger and stronger. Fang Ping cursed. What can I do? The heart was still dripping blood. Dripping blood strengthened the emperor corpses. If this went on, the emperor corpses might recover to true god level. Once it reached that level, no matter how many people there were, it would not be enough to kill. Fang Ping glanced at the heart and frowned. What should he do with this thing? The sounds of killing outside were still intense. Even if Ji Yao and Hua Yu's people were attacking, they could not kill all of them quickly. Chang Shan Qi, Devil Swordsman, Li Wuji, the Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader were all powerhouses. In addition to the Devil Dragon, the youth from Mount Nameless of the Forbidden Sea, and Wang Hanyue. Under these people's cooperation, Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu were firmly entangled. Although the two of them were strong rank 9s, they were extremely powerful. But these people could not be underestimated. They were all powerhouses who were stage 9 or even stage 10 origin Dao. Their foundations might be a little weaker, but they were also powerhouses who were about to enter true king level. In this way, with so many people working together, they were not at a disadvantage for a while. Being a wise man is really troublesome. Fang Ping sighed. At this moment, he no longer cared about the Golden House and charged toward Li Hansong. The 3 half-crippled emperor corpses had also recovered to rank 9 at this time. Their iron heads were about to explode. Just as Fang Ping was having a headache, the sky-punishing sword above his heart trembled slightly. This tremble made Old Wang's face pale. He said hurriedly, Someone seems to be controlling the sky-punishing sword. Unquestionable sword. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. The situation had already reached this point. He was also having a headache now. If he did not leave, he was afraid that the emperor corpses would recover to true king level. But if he left, did he not want the heart? Also, now that the heart was destroyed, would Old Wang be fatally affected? But now, the sky-punishing sword was controlled by someone. If this continued, he was afraid that something big would happen. He could see that the sky-punishing sword was suppressing the heart and those emperor corpses. Once it was pulled out, he was afraid that there would be huge trouble. Just as Fang Ping was having a headache. On the Forbidden Sea, the cat scratched its head with its paws, its cat face a little conflicted. Fang Yuan asked curiously, Big cat, what's wrong? I can't pull it out. Xiao Jian has really gone bad. He seems to know that I'm going to take away the sky-punishing sword. Once I pull it out, something will happen. The cat was just about to take the sky-punishing sword away, but just as it pulled it out, it felt that something was wrong. Not only that, the moment it controlled the sky-punishing sword and pulled it out, there seemed to be some changes in its heart. At least the Emperor's tomb's blood-red color became more intense. A thick wave of blood essence, energy, shot up to the sky. At this moment, over at Imperial Sea Mountain, several powerful auras rippled. The cat seemed to recognize someone. Scratching its head again, it looked in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. The fake human emperor was there, that little fatty was there, that life king was also there. There was also someone who looked familiar. The cat recalled for a while. Suddenly its cat face changed. Ah, the heart is useful to his daughter. Xiao Jian actually called him here. This is going to be troublesome. It recognized the dragon transformation, Celestial Emperor. This ancient Celestial Emperor had existed since the heavenly realm still existed. It had seen him a few times. It was not familiar, but it had a vague impression of him. He was not weak. When the vitality shot up to the sky, just now, the other party seemed to have sensed something and vaguely wanted to cross over Imperial Sea Mountain. The cat's cat face was also conflicted. How annoying. Taking away the sword would be the end of it. It did not need to care about anything else. Perhaps that was what Xiao Jian was thinking. Once it kept the sword, this matter would be completely out of control. However, the cat suddenly said angrily, I'm really angry now. The cat's face was serious, extremely annoyed. After some thought, it looked at Fang Yuan and said, Scratch me first. Let me think. Fang Yuan was speechless. Big Cat was here again. What time was this? However, seeing that the cat was thinking of a solution, Fang Yuan still scratched it obediently. What should I do? This is so annoying. I want to eat cat food. If I don't pull out the sword, those corpses will become stronger and stronger. If I pull out the sword, the heart will enter the blood-red guy's body. Then those people will kill him, and then there will be a big battle. The cat suddenly became very smart at this moment. If the sword was pulled out, the heart would enter Wang Jinyang's body. For a treasure like the heart, not to mention others, the dragon transformation Celestial Emperor would definitely kill for the heart for his daughter. If that happened, the two ancient venerable emperors would definitely fight to the death. In the end, it might even lead to more killing. The great chaos was coming. The cat scratched its whiskers with its claws. After a while, it suddenly muttered to itself, "Why don't I just poke it? Poke it, each person will suck a little. So disgusting. But I'm not the one sucking blood, each person will suck a little. Once it's gone, everything will be fine. But if I poke it, that blood-red guy won't be able to recover his strength." The cat struggled for a while, thought about it, and took out the divine peeking mirror. After muttering for a while, the divine peeking mirror shone directly into Combat Heavenly Palace. The cat fiddled with it for a while, aiming it in the direction of the cultivation room. Soon, a clear image appeared on the screen. Just as the cat was about to speak, the surface of the mirror suddenly rippled, and the image shattered. "I'm really angry." The cat stood up on its hind legs, raised its middle paw, and pointed at someone. It said angrily, "I'm so angry. Bad sword. You won't let me see it, but I want to see it and I want to talk." As it spoke, it suddenly fell asleep. "Humph, I'm strong. I can talk without the divine peeking mirror, and I can talk to the liar." The cat fell asleep immediately. Fong Yuan and the Jiao were dumbfounded. In the cultivation room, Fong Ping was in a trance as if he saw something. Cat world? What the hell? I'm still fighting. Why am I thinking about cat world now? What the hell is this? Liar, liar. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. Was he hearing things? Was he hallucinating? Was the cat asking him to pick up the phone? Chapter 907. Brother Cat. In the cat world, Fong Ping's projection entered and asked doubtfully. It seemed to be the cat world that he entered last time. He even saw the familiar fish-headed monster. Ah, liar, it's connected. The cat's plump body rolled over a little excited. This was also its first time trying to make a call in the cat world, and it really connected. Liar! Fong Ping was now sure that he had really met the cat in the source space. He was both surprised and happy. The living antique was here. He was anxious before, a little regretful that the cat was not here. The problem he encountered now was very difficult to solve. Although the cat was not very reliable, it knew a lot. Sometimes, a few words could solve his big problems. Fong Ping could not care less about being polite and said hurriedly, "Brother Cat, listen to me first." "Liar, listen to me first." "Brother Cat, I have an urgent matter." "I have one too." Fong Ping looked helpless. "I have an urgent matter. What is the cat doing?" "I am still fighting with people. Those emperor corpses are getting stronger and stronger. If I don't solve it soon, it will be troublesome." Fortunately, the cat's next words made him quiet down. "Liar, I can't pull out the sky punishing sword. If I pull it out now, something bad will happen." As soon as the cat said this, Fong Ping realized something. The cat probably knew what happened here. "Brother Cat, make a long story short. Tell me the solution." "Oh, it's like this. If that blood-red guy takes that heart back, he can find a part of his previous life's power. He was very strong in his previous life. The power of his heart was very strong. If he takes it back, he can probably become an emperor. That's scary." The cat added, indicating that Old Wang was really strong. The heart was only a part of Old Wang's previous life's organ, although it was extremely important to Old Wang. However, a single heart was enough to make someone become an emperor. It was also extremely terrifying. But if he takes the heart back, he will go crazy. There's something wrong with that heart. But if he doesn't take the heart back, you will die too. There's no other way now, the cat sighed. "I've thought about it for a long time. I can only pierce the heart. If each of you suck a little blood, you will also go crazy for a while. But there are many of you won't suck too much, so you won't go too crazy. After fighting, you will be fine. Liar, do you want to expose him? But once it's pierced, it'll be gone. That blood-red fellow won't be able to recover his Emperor-class power. Crazy! Fong Ping asked in a low voice. If Old Wang collects the heart, will he go completely crazy? I don't know. Anyway, I'll go crazy. I don't know if I can recover in the future, the cat added, but he's crazy now. You're in danger. He'll stab you to death. Understood. Can I take it with me? Fong Ping found it hard to decide. This matter was really hard to decide. Becoming a martial emperor, Lao Wang could directly become an emperor. If Xiao Chun brought the heart back and absorbed it, he would actually be able to advance to martial emperor. One could easily imagine how tempting this was. Were there many emperor-ranked rankers? It wasn't a small number, but it was a large number. Apart from those old antiques, including the catacombs, had there been 5 emperor-level existences born in 1,000 years? There shouldn't be any. One every few hundred years. Now, Lao Wang had this opportunity. It was too rare. The cat shook its big head and said, "No way! If he didn't expose it, something bad would happen. You can't take him away. There are still many people waiting outside." The heart could not be taken away. There were only 2 choices. One was to let Lao Wang absorb it now, and the other was to expose it and let everyone absorb it together. If they brought it out, the heart would still be alive. Its vitality would surge. Who would not be tempted by those powerhouses? The heart of a top-notch powerhouse contained too many things. Then after we expose it, do we suck the blood directly? Yes. How many people can absorb it? The cat tilted its head and thought for a while, then said, 6 or 7. After all, it's a very powerful person's heart. However, some of its power must have dissipated. 6 or 7, Fong Ping muttered, then quickly asked again, "Let me ask another question. If I absorb a part of it, can I enter the 9th refinement of the golden body?" At this point, he could only choose to maximize the benefits. When he reached the 9th refinement of the golden body, his combat strength would increase greatly. When that time came, he would not need to be as cautious as he was now. 9th refinement of the golden body. The 9th refinement of the golden body is very powerful. Your mentality is not enough. I have the Xian Ming divine pill. Oh, let's give it a try then. The cat said casually, then said, "About that, it's best to give some to that little girl. Her father is very powerful. She wants to save her now, but you guys don't give it to her. When you guys come out, he'll poke you to death to feed his daughter. Little girl." Fong Ping thought for a while before saying, "The dragon transformation, Heavenly Emperor? Wang Ruobing? It's him, right? I don't remember his name. He's lived for a very, very long time. I've seen him a long time ago. I think he even went to the heavenly realm to ask for medicine. The dragon transformation, Heavenly Emperor. That was really too old. When the cat was still young, it seemed like it had seen him before. Strictly speaking, he might be from the same era as Big Blackface and the rest." Fong Ping frowned and said quickly, "I know. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to?" "Crazy. How will he go crazy?" "He'll go crazy. But don't worry, just a fight will be over. If the heart is poked, it won't be as powerful as before." The cat then said, "I forgot to mention, if the heart is poked, those corpses have to be beaten to death because no one can control them. If they're not beaten to death, they're still very strong. Although they're not as strong as real emperor ranks, they still have emperor rank combat strength. In other words, if the heart was poked, there might be a few emperor rank combat strength less at once. Liar, if you want to poke it, you can call me. I'll use the Sky Destroyer sword to poke your heart." "Got it. Thank you for your help, Brother Cat." Fong Ping hurriedly thanked it. The cat's words made the situation clear in an instant. Otherwise, Fong Ping would have a headache now. Very soon, Fang Ping exited the cat world. Time passed quickly. It sounded like a long time, but that was the origin space. In fact, time was very short. At this moment, Fang Ping was still teaming up with Iron Head and the rest to deal with the 3 mutilated emperor corpses. These emperor corpses were getting stronger and stronger. Yu was still attacking the Golden House, which also diverted a lot of Fang Ping's attention. Fang Ping could not care too much. He said hurriedly, "Old Wang, can you hear me?" "Yes." Lao Wang gave a brief reply. Jiang Chaozheng supported Old Wang and avoided the battle circle, hiding at the side. 2 choices. First, you take back your heart. Your combat strength will surge, and all troubles can be solved. But you might go crazy and kill us. Second choice. Fang Ping laughed. "Are you sure? You can become an emperor. Is Heavenly Emperor Zhan strong?" Old Wang's eyes suddenly became clear. He stood up too, his back hunched. "Heavenly Emperor Zhan is dead. Whether it was my past life or not, a dead person is not worth caring about. As an emperor, he can't reverse everything. As an emperor, it's the same for me. If that's the case, then there's no need to care about these. If becoming an emperor could really solve all troubles, then perhaps he would make this choice. But obviously not. Then there was no need to care about it. He was him. Heavenly Emperor Zhan was Heavenly Emperor Zhan. The power brought by a heart was ultimately not his own power. There was no need to feel regret. Ha ha ha. All right, then I'll choose the second choice. Poke the heart." As soon as he said that, the Golden House suddenly erupted. In the house, Diyu's mentality roared, "No. Once the heart is broken, this person will definitely die." At the same time, at the entrance to the alternate world, the Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader was also bathed in blood. As if it had heard this, its mentality also roared, "Absolutely not. Once the heart is broken, the Emperor's tomb will be destroyed. Everyone will die." It had already rushed here, and the others were also nearby. At this moment, everyone was looking at the blood-red heart. Some looked greedy, some looked shocked. A heart. There was actually a living heart here. Its vitality force was vast and boundless. Fang Ping did not care. He looked at the crowd, especially Qi Huanyu and the rest, and smiled faintly. "Want to take the heart? Sure, come, I'll give it to you. You can try. Try switching to this heart and see if you'll die." "You're exaggerating." Right at this moment, the Grandmaster Lu Ji shouted, "Everyone, this is the most precious treasure in this place. This might be an emperor's heart. Its power is incomparably vast. Even if we don't switch hearts, comprehending this might be enough to help us become emperors." Lu Ji's roar made even Jiao and Hua Yu look at the heart with a strange expression. This was an emperor's heart? They did not know how powerful an emperor was, but they did feel the vast power. When a heart beat, all of them seemed to be attracted, their hearts beating along with it. It was so powerful that even Ji Yao did not feel it when she was by Life King's side. In the crowd, Wang Ruobing clutched her chest and looked at the heart a little strange. Was this the treasure that could save her? Heart? A human heart? Wang Hanyue seemed to sense something and hurriedly looked at Wang Ruobing. Wang Ruobing shook her head slightly, a calm smile on her face. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. But Wang Hanyue understood. I won't switch hearts. She only wanted to live as herself. Be it in the past or present, there would always be some people who had some persistence, some stubbornness, even if it seemed silly. The moment she saw the heart, Wang Ruobing realized what the treasure that could save her this time was. It was this. Everyone's eyes were red. Wu Chuan and the other two were injured by the emperor corpses. Tai, too, could not hold on any longer. At the entrance, the group of people fighting slowed down. Hua Yu and Ji Yao's eyes were flickering. This thing seemed better than the emperor corpses. Fang Ping's current strength was only average. Why did they let Fang Ping have it? Qi Huanyu, Zhao Xingwu, Wang Hanyue, Chang Shanqi, Devil Swordsman, Li Wuji, Emperor Blood Tree Clan Leader, Demon Dragon, the Forbidden Sea Nameless Mountain Youth, and Lu Ji. These 10 people were the strongest in this place. The others, like Su Bing and the rest, were not considered the strongest here. On Fong Ping's side, only Wu Chuan had this kind of combat strength. If that was the case, why did they let Fong Ping have it? At this moment, many people were thinking the same thing. Fong Ping exhaled softly and said, "Everyone, this heart is not yours. It's not yours either." Someone shouted in a low voice. Fong Ping smiled and said, "Am I not the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor, Unquestionable Sword? Then this thing is naturally mine." Fong Ping smiled playfully and said suddenly, "Of course, everything depends on strength. Don't force me. I've actually recovered some of my memories. If you push me too far, I won't go easy on you." As he said that, Fong Ping suddenly looked at the Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader, then at Devil Swordsman, and said coldly, "Do you still recognize me as your master?" Everyone was silent. Before Fong Ping said that, some people really suspected that he was the reincarnation of Unquestionable Sword. Now that he said it, however, no one believed it. The Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader's mentality fluctuated. "You're not the master. You want to betray me?" Fong Ping smiled and said, "Now that things have come to this, I, Fong Ping, am not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of people knowing that I'm the Devil Emperor. The Sky Punishing Sword is mine. The Sky Punishing Sword is here. Don't force me to use the Sky Punishing Sword to kill you." As soon as he said that, only then did everyone notice the Sky Punishing Sword stuck in his heart. Once again, some people were envious. The Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader was a little confused. "Master, was it true? The Sky Punishing Sword was indeed the master's item. If Fong Ping could really control the Sky Punishing Sword, it could only mean 2 things. If Unquestionable Sword was dead, Fong Ping would have refined the Sky Punishing Sword. Secondly, Fong Ping was Unquestionable Sword. However, when Fong Ping came here, the Sky Punishing Sword was still stuck in his heart. He probably did not have the time to refine it. They also did not believe that Unquestionable Sword was really dead. The Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader's mentality fluctuated violently. Very soon, he looked toward the Golden House. "Di, you is still trapped. Let Di go first." Fong Ping laughed. He did not say much. With a casual toss, Di fell out of the Golden House. Fong Ping looked at everyone again and sighed. "Now that things have come to this, make your choice. Ji Yao, Hua Yu, do you really want to go against me and fall out with me? Su Bing, what about you guys? Or are you demons going to betray me or continue to be loyal?" The Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader's mentality was heavy. If you're really the master, the Emperor Blood Clan will naturally die for the master. The Emperor Blood Tree Clan had guarded the Emperor's tomb for 1,000 years just to be loyal to Unquestionable Sword. If the master was really resurrected, naturally they would continue to be loyal. However, Fong Ping was Unquestionable Sword. They were not the only ones who were puzzled. Right now, the others also stopped moving, not daring to act rashly. This place was Unquestionable Sword's lair. If Fong Ping was really Unquestionable Sword, perhaps he had some special means. Some grandmasters even knew that there was a final kill formation here. Even Emperor-level powerhouses did not dare to enter recklessly. If that was the case, then they could not act rashly at this moment. Ji Yao looked at Fong Ping and said slowly, "Your Unquestionable Sword? Fong Ping, the others might believe you, but I don't. I didn't ask you to believe me." Fong Ping smiled. "I'm only asking you, what's your choice? Help me get rid of these disobedient fellows now. I'll do whatever I promised." While talking to Ji Yao, Fong Ping quickly called out to the cat in his mind. "Brother cat, brother cat." After calling for a while, there was no response. Fong Ping was getting anxious. At this moment, the cat suddenly popped up, saying unhappily, "You didn't say you'd pick up the phone. I asked you to make the call. You're calling the wrong person." Fang Ping almost vomited blood. You're still playing at this time? Brother Cat, can you control the sky-punishing sword to help me kill people? No. The cat rejected it happily. I don't fight. Fang Ping realized this too. He said, you won't kill people. Control the sky-punishing sword and help me put on a show. Scare people but don't kill people. How about that? Is that so? The cat thought for a while and said, all right, but this time there's a fee. Little Chubby Face said that there's a fee for brushing his fur. All work has to be paid, so you have to pay too. Fang Ping felt like dying. He said quickly, all right, what do you want? 1 million? No, 10 million. No, that's not right either. What's after 10 million? I want that. Fang Ping thought that the fee was referring to the cat food. Only now did he know that he really wanted money. He felt extremely helpless and said quickly, no problem, 100 million. 100 million can help you buy tens of warehouses of cat food for Brother Cat. The cat was secretly delighted. The scammer had really paid. He had profited. Earning money was very easy. Did they not say on TV that a person only earned a few thousand a month? That would be tens of thousands a year. The cat wanted to count how many years it would take to earn 100 million. It was tiring to calculate, so the cat was too lazy to do it. In any case, he had earned a lot this time. All right then, tell me, what should I do? As the man and the cat conversed, Fang Ping quickly looked at the crowd at the entrance and said in a low voice, it seems like the demons in Emperor's tomb have really rebelled. My memory hasn't fully recovered. That's right. I'm not considered the complete, unquestionable sword. It's normal that you don't listen. It's been almost 1,000 years. How many humans and demons still have such loyalty? At this moment, DU's mentality was fluctuating violently. You're lying. You're not Master. Master is still alive. The sky-crushing sword moved just now. Fang Ping said lightly, that was done by me. What do you think? You're lying. DU's emotions fluctuated violently. How could this person be Master? The Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader interrupted him and said telepathically, you said you're Master. If you can really control the sky-crushing sword, then the Imperial Blood Clan will definitely obey Master. No one thought of the cat. Not many people knew that the cat had lent the sky-crushing sword to the unquestionable sword. At that level, it was not something that the people present could know. Everyone only knew that the sky-crushing sword was the divine weapon of the unquestionable sword. He had also relied on this divine weapon to make a name for himself in the 3 realms. Now, you've actually fallen to the point where you have to prove yourself in front of a bunch of servants. I vaguely remember. Back then, I didn't even treat you as servants. You were just some trees. But today you've fallen to this extent, Fang Ping sighed. Without another word, he pointed with his finger. The sky-crushing sword suddenly trembled. Carrying the heart, it shot out violently, heading straight for the Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader. The Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader's mentality was fluctuating at this moment, causing the void to tremble. Fang Ping ignored it. He pointed at DU, and the sky-crushing sword flew toward DU again. At this moment, Qi Huanyu grabbed the sky-crushing sword and the heart. Fang Ping frowned and snorted coldly. The sky-crushing sword suddenly shot toward Ji Yao. Qi Huanyu frowned. He moved and appeared in front of Ji Yao, reaching out to grab the sky-crushing sword again. At this moment, the Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader suddenly whipped a long branch at Qi Huanyu. Beside him, Devil Swordsman Sword Qi also shot toward Qi Huanyu abruptly. How dare you! The Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader flew into a rage. With a wave of mentality, he said quickly, Master! The Imperial Blood will never betray Master. Master, you're back. At this moment, the tree seemed to be a little happy and choked up. Master was back. Master was really back. The sky-crushing sword moved. Not only did it move, but it also moved according to Fang Ping's will. Only the owner of the sky-crushing sword could do this. Fang Ping let out a deep sigh. With indescribable sorrow, he looked at the crowd and said, "Don't force me. If you still want to recognize me as your master, then kill them all. Ji Yao, Hua Yu, don't force me to use my last resort. If you kill Li Wuji and the rest now, I can pretend that nothing happened. I'll still do what I promised." After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Wang Hanyue and sighed softly. "Trust me. Leave Wang Ruobing here. I'll save her life on account of her fate with Iron Head. However, I need peace now. You guys need to help me solve this problem." Wang Hanyue's gaze was uncertain. Wang Ruobing shook her head. "I won't change my heart." "Change your heart? You're thinking too much. I have my own methods." Fang Ping looked at Wang Hanyue and said lightly, "One last chance. Wang Hanyue, if you're not willing, you can take it by force." Wang Hanyue struggled for a while. Then, without a word, she suddenly charged toward Changshan Qi. Changshan Qi said furiously, "You guys are crazy. Do you guys believe him just because he says he's a demon emperor? Even if he is, he's still the common enemy of all emperors. Damn it, are you guys crazy?" Whether Fang Ping was the unquestionable sword or not, he was everyone's enemy. Now these people were actually so crazy that they attacked them. Wang Hanyue snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "Junior sister, you stay here. Fang Ping, if anything happens to junior sister, Master won't let you guys go. Master's end is near, and he has no more scruples. Don't force Master to fight to the death with you. If you cure junior sister, I, Dragon Transformation Brahmadutian, will definitely remember this favor." After saying that, everyone was already charging toward the outside. Zhao Xingwu suddenly laughed. He did not care about those people, slashing at an emperor corpse with a saber, and said with a smile, "This emperor corpse belongs to me." Having said that, the Changdao guided, bringing the emperor corpse and dashing out rapidly. Devil Swordsman, the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader, Diyu, and a rank 9 Emperor Blood Tree that was still alive attacked one after another, forcing everyone to fight outside. At this moment, there were only 5 Emperor corpses left in this place, 3 of which were broken. Fang Ping did not move all the way until these people fought out of the alternate world one after another. Then he quickly transmitted his voice. "Senior Brother Wu, stop fighting. Go and guard the entrance. No one is allowed to come in." Wu Chuan did not say a word, rushing toward the entrance quickly. With 1 emperor corpse taken away, the pressure on them was much less. Old Man Li and Tian Mu could barely hold on for a while. Fang Ping did not say much either. He quickly said in his mind, "Brother Cat, that's enough. Then you guys hurry up and absorb. Without the heart, the Emperor's tomb is going to shatter." "Understood." Fang Ping did not say much either. As his voice fell, Wang Jinyang suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His heart was pierced by the Sky Destroyer sword. Fang Ping's heart tightened. The cat also said, quickly, "It's okay. He's resurrected. It's not him anymore. His heart is shattered. It's just a little painful. No, it hurts. Meow, it hurts." The cat could not bear it anymore. It hurt so much. It almost forgot about this. Would this blood-red fellow die from the pain? Would that swindler return the 100 million he promised to this cat? Following its words, the entire alternate space instantly became viscous. A wave of vitality force so thick that it seemed to have turned into a substance suddenly emerged from the heart. "Old Wang, let's absorb first." Fang Ping growled, rushing toward the heart quickly. At this moment, he could not care less about the disgust. He began to absorb wildly toward the heart. The moment that wave of vitality force rushed into his body, Fang Ping suddenly felt like he was a balloon, about to burst. Too scary. The quality was too high. Strictly speaking, the quality of vitality force was far inferior to the destructive force. However, at this moment, it seemed to be on par with the destructive force. No, Perhaps it was of a higher grade, an improvement in quality. Fang Ping's gaze changed. Was this the vitality force of Old Wang's past life? Come quickly! Fang Ping roared again. His mentality guided Old Wang and the others directly into the golden house. He also covered the heart in the golden house. This way, the power leakage would be smaller. As soon as Old Wang entered, the vitality force automatically integrated into his body. In the blink of an eye, Old Wang became a bloody man, wrapped in a blood cocoon. His speed was faster than Fang Ping's. Jiang Chao and Jiang Hao were also covered. As soon as Jiang Chao took a breath, he yelled and began to cultivate while sitting cross-legged. Too much. The energy leakage from the heart was terrifying. Chapter 908. Such rich, powerful vitality force. Fang Ping's golden body expanded, his torso expanding as he growled in a low voice. He glanced at the data. His vitality upper limit was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Glancing at the data, he saw that his maximum HP was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Ping glanced at the data. His vitality upper limit was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before this, Fang Ping was still quite a distance away from peak 8th refinement. Now, however, he had reached this number at an extreme speed. 140,000 calories vitality. At this time, Fang Ping felt a bottleneck, an extremely huge bottleneck. This was the first time he felt the existence of a bottleneck so clearly. He could not improve anymore. Wealth. For billion, 10 million points vitality. 140,000 calories, 140,000 calories. Mentality. 8,999 hertz, 8,999 hertz. Destruction power. 66 yuan, 66 yuan. Storage space. 10,000 cubic meters plus. Energy shield. 1 point/minute plus aura simulation. 10 points/minute plus origin detailed analysis. 10-100 million points/Tamiya. A lot of wealth was consumed. He had used up a lot of it previously, condensed it into imperishable substance, and threw it to Huayu. In addition to the 500 million spent watching the Cat's World last time and the call this time, his wealth was now only 4 billion. Fang Ping did not care about his wealth. His vitality and mentality had reached a limit. He had reached the limit and could not improve anymore. Jiang Chao and the others were faster. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao finished honing the last part of his skull and entered rank 8 directly. Not only did this guy enter rank 8, but he was also continuing to hone his golden body. It looked like there was hope for him to hone his golden body a few more times. Fang Ping glanced at them and did not pay much attention. These people did not consume much. The cat said that it could only be absorbed by 6 or 7 people. It was probably referring to Fang Ping's level. These two were not included. The two of them absorbed little, but Old Wang's absorption speed was extremely fast. There was almost no bottleneck. Fang Ping did not see him forge his golden body, but Old Wang's aura was still soaring. I'm at a bottleneck. Fang Ping frowned. He was still absorbing the heart's energy, but the data did not change. Is the Xianming Divine pill useful? Fang Ping did not know whether it was the mentality shackles or the flesh shackles. After some thought, he no longer hesitated. He took out the Xianming Divine pill and swallowed it. The moment he swallowed the pill, Fang Ping's mind was a little dazed. The vitality force that was draining from his heart was getting thicker and thicker. It was starting to impact Fang Ping's golden body. The golden body alternated between red and gold. Kacha! It was as if something had broken. Fang Ping let out a low growl, his eyes suddenly becoming extremely clear. His mentality had broken through. In that instant, his mentality reached 9,000 hertz. When his mentality reached 9,000 hertz, Fang Ping's golden body began to tremble, but he still could not break through the 140,000 barrier. His mentality continued to increase. 9,100 hertz, 9,200 hertz. Then, to Fong Ping's surprise, his mentality began to fade. 900 hertz, 9,200 hertz. Meanwhile, his golden body seemed to have fused with a new energy. This was the effect of the divine elixir. The divine elixir was balancing the difference between his physical body and spiritual energy. Kacha! The golden body was still trembling, and there were signs of cracks, but it was still unable to break through the barrier. Fong Ping was inexplicably shocked. Was the ninth refinement really that difficult? Lao Wang's heart was shockingly powerful, but even this couldn't help him break through. If he didn't have this opportunity, would he really have any hope of reaching the ninth refinement? Even now, he didn't see any hope of reaching the ninth refinement. The golden body became even more compact. Shatter, forge, shatter, forge. Again and again and again and again, cracks appeared. Fong Ping could feel his own weight increasing rapidly. 20,000 caddies, 25,000 caddies, 10,000 caddies. He felt his bones, flesh, and blood becoming more compact. They were both 140,000 calories vitality, but it seemed to be more powerful. Why do I feel like I'm heading toward the extreme path? Fong Ping's face was full of shock. Only a powerhouse of the extreme path could achieve a vitality that was much stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. He seemed to have this trend now. Even his vitality force had become much more viscous. Could it be that the ninth refinement of the golden body had such an effect? The ninth refinement of the golden body. This is actually the extreme path. Fong Ping suddenly had some understanding. The ninth refinement was the extreme path of the physical body. It was extremely similar to the unification of myriad Tao, or rather, this was a different kind of unification of myriad Tao. Since ancient times, it seemed that only powerhouses who had the unification of myriad Tao had achieved the ninth refinement of the golden body. These two were actually equivalent. No one else could do it at all. Could it be that at the ninth refinement, my vitality force can also be like Old Man Li, using one card as two cards? Fong Ping was a little excited. This was what he had been dreaming of. Although the destructive force was also very strong, the origin path did not enhance the destructive force. When he had reached rank 9, if Fong Ping still used the destructive force to fight, then he would have walked the origin path in vain. Vitality force and mentality force. These two were the foundation of a martial artist. The origin Tao could amplify these kinds of powers. Therefore, when he had reached the impasse, it was really somewhat returning to the basics, using these basic energies to fight. As for the imperishable substance, it was also really used to forge the physical body and heal injuries. At rank 8, the destructive force was strong. At rank 9, on the contrary, there were fewer who used the destructive force. Of course, the origin path did not go far. The destructive force was definitely stronger than the vitality force. The cracks on the golden body were repaired again and again, but Fong Ping only felt the quality of his vitality increase. He did not feel the transformation of the golden body's essence. Could it be that the ninth refinement is actually a process? When my vitality force has been forged to be comparable to the unification of myriad Tao, in fact, I have already achieved the ninth refinement of the golden body. In that case, it should be easier for Old Man Li to enter the ninth refinement than me. At this moment, Fong Ping really understood. It might not be difficult for Old Man Li to enter the ninth refinement. He would not have any improvement in the quality of his vitality. His golden body was different from his own. He only forged the golden body and increased his vitality capacity. As for martial artists like Fong Ping, if he wanted to achieve the ninth refinement, he would have to experience the improvement in the quality of his vitality first. Just as Fong Ping was thinking about these, Jiang Chao let out a low growl. Then, wild with joy, he roared, "I'm rank 8 now." At this moment in the alternate world, a chubby golden silhouette appeared. When Jiang Hao broke through earlier, the same situation happened. However, the projection was actually the extent of the overflow of energy. Jiang Hao did not overflow much. On the other hand, Jiang Chao, this fellow's control of energy, was pitifully low. Right now, he overflowed a lot. The golden silhouette was extremely huge. Jiang Chao, however, did not care about this. He laughed maniacally. Rank 8. He would also achieve rank 8 one day. Then, Jiang Chao's expression changed drastically. He could not take it anymore. He could not absorb too much energy. Without staying any longer, Jiang Chao roared and rushed out of the golden house. As soon as he left, Jiang Hao's golden body flickered. Then, with some regret, he got up and left. He could not take it anymore. Relying on the heart's energy, he achieved rank 8's second refinement golden body. But now he could not absorb any more. As soon as the two of them went out, their eyes were a little red. Without a word, they rushed toward Iron Head. At this moment, Iron Head and Yao Qingjun were resisting the 3 broken emperor corpses. At this moment, the two of them rushed over quickly. They were incomparably crazy, attacking one of the emperor corpses. Even the usually timid Jiang Chao was red-eyed now. He roared continuously, waving his fists and hammering the emperor corpses. Brutal. Crazy. When Fang Ping, who was still cultivating, saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. A coward like Jiang Chao actually dared to do this. There was something wrong with the heart's energy. Fatty Jiang did not like to fight at all, but at this moment he was so bold and fierce. If it was someone else, would it not be even scarier? For example, Jiang Hao. This fellow was much crazier than Jiang Chao. Holding his sword, he rushed toward the emperor corpses. He had no intention of defending at all. He was shouting kill, extremely brutal. At this moment, Fang Ping was still feeling the transformation of his energy. Seeing this, he shouted, "Old Yao, you first!" Yao Qingjun shouted, "Let Iron Head go!" Li Hansong laughed heartily. "I'm leaving. Can you hold on? Hurry up, don't waste time." Hearing that, Yao Qingjun did not waste any more time and rushed straight to the golden house. As soon as he entered, he started absorbing energy madly, forging his golden body and mentality. This kind of vitality force would not only improve his physique, but his mentality would also be enhanced. In the blink of an eye, Yao Qingjun's golden body made a crisp click. He had completed the second refinement. He had not entered rank 8 for long, but at this moment he had completed the second refinement of his golden body in the blink of an eye. Yao Qingjun seemed to have extra energy to continue absorbing. At this moment, the heart's energy was divided into 3 channels. Old Wang's side and Fang Ping's side were almost the same. The connected energy channel was as thick as a chopstick. As for Yao Qingjun, it was only as thick as a strand of hair. The Jiang brothers, just now, were slightly weaker than this. Yao Qingjun's mentality fluctuated. After absorbing for a while, his golden body flickered again. Rank 8 third refinement. Seeing that he seemed like he was about to leave, Fang Ping shouted, "You can still hold on for a while. Complete the 3rd refinement and enter the 4th refinement. 4th refinement golden body will be considered late stage, rank 8. Hearing that, Yao Qingjun did not say anything more and continued to stay. Meanwhile, outside, Iron Head was being hit continuously. At this moment, he was wearing divine armor. His defense was also extremely strong. Meanwhile, Wang Ruobing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Uncle Armor, your beautiful armor can condense a pair of gloves. It's not something that was added later." Li Hansong's armor had no weapons. Previously, Li Hansong had melted an ancient divine weapon and forged a pair of gloves. Right now, he was wearing it outside his armor. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "I have gloves." "Yes, the last time I saw it, you did." Li Hansong was helpless. Did he? However, he really did not feel it now. Perhaps his strength was not enough and he could not condense it. Fang Ping could not care about Li Hansong anymore. Li Hansong could not leave. Fang Ping glanced around and looked at Wang Ruobing, frowning slightly. Should he let this woman in? The cat said that her father was extremely powerful. If he could not cure this woman, he might kill them and take their blood. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Wang Ruobing, come in. Wang Ruobing took a look at the blood-red heart and shook her head. Seeing that, Fang Ping cursed. Pretentious. I won't give this to normal people. If the cat did not ask, I wouldn't care who your parents are. Fang Ping could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, shouting, If you don't come in, I'll kill your father later. After a moment of silence, Wang Ruobing was grabbed inside. As soon as she was grabbed inside, Fang Ping regretted it. As soon as this woman entered, she was like a bottomless pit. Her absorption speed was faster than old Wang and him. In the blink of an eye, the energy flowing out of the heart was absorbed immeasurably. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, the energy absorbed was enough for a person to forge a golden body. However, this woman did not seem to have any reaction. She stared at the heart with widened eyes. Large amounts of energy continued to flow into her body. Fang Ping took a look at the heart. After a while, it seemed to have shrunk a little. He had not forged a 9th grade golden body yet. Old Wang was also absorbing. Together with Wang Ruobing, who was a big energy eater, Fang Ping was getting anxious. The situation outside seemed to be getting worse. At this moment, Wu Chuan quickly transmitted his voice. The Emperor Blood Tree seems to be unable to hold on any longer. That fellow Qi Huanyu is attacking wildly. He wants to snatch the heart. At this moment, Wu Chuan had already deduced that Qi Huanyu was probably going to turn his back on their previous cooperation. The moment he saw the heart, Qi Huanyu seemed to have discovered something. He felt that the heart could help him break through the realm. At this moment, even if Ji Yao was still willing to cooperate with Fang Ping, Qi Huanyu would not agree to it. Qi Huanyu was extremely powerful. At this moment, he was fighting a few monster plants alone, but the monster plants were still retreating. If this went on, they would not be able to hold on. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said suddenly, Brother Tian, you're fighting 1 against 2. Can you hold on for a while? Lure them to Brother Wu's side and let Teacher Li in. He should be able to achieve 9th grade rank. 8 quickly. Right now, Old Man Li should be able to improve the fastest. When he entered 9th grade, there was no change in the quality of his vitality, but it could increase the upper limit of his vitality. This way, his vitality would be stronger, and he would be able to unleash greater strength later. Fang Ping could see that among those present today, the others could not be relied on. He was the only one who could. Tianmu shouted, No problem. Changshen go. Old Man Li did not hesitate either. With a slash of his sword, he pushed back the emperor corpses, leaped into the air, and entered the golden house directly. Then he opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. A large amount of vitality energy was absorbed by him. The red vitality force covered his entire body. Good. This energy is suitable for me. It's better than the imperishable substance. Old Man Li laughed loudly. This vitality force was suitable for his myriad Tao unification. Right now, the blood-red color was trembling nonstop. Old Man Li let out a low roar, and his body began to expand. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's golden body flickered again. Golden body, 4th grade. Without saying a word, Yao Qingjuan's golden body, 4th grade, arrived. He charged out quickly with his spear in hand. He was also incomparably crazy, but he managed to maintain his composure. He shouted in a low voice, Ironhead, you go! He was more rational than the Jiang brothers. The Jiang brothers had gone completely crazy at this moment. Even though their golden bodies were shattered, they were still fighting to the death with the emperor corpses. However, as the heart energy was absorbed by Fang Ping and the rest, the emperor corpses' strength stopped increasing, maintaining their original level. Li Hansong did not say much. Instead, He put the divine armor on Yao Qingjun, leaped up and entered the golden house. This fellow entered, took a look at the heart and lamented. Old Wang's heart is so strong. I wonder if he can find my heart. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered with him, and continued to pay attention to his own situation. His vitality force was getting thicker. It was probably 15 times stronger than a normal rank. 8 martial artist vitality. 140,000 calories vitality could be regarded as 210,000 calories. However, Fang Ping was still frowning. This consumption was too terrifying. The heart had already shrunk by more than a third, and it was still not completed. It seemed that this time it might not be able to support everyone's advancement. At this moment, Iron Head entered. However, Wu Chuan and Tian Mu were still outside, whereas he, Old Wang, and Wang Ruobing were all exhausting extremely quickly. Perhaps after a while the heart would completely collapse, just as the people inside were fighting and leveling up outside. The bedroom. Despite the countless powerhouses and the intense aftershocks of the battle, the bedroom was still intact and undamaged. At this moment, Qi Huanyu bellowed, "Make way! My martial arts path has been severed. This is my only chance. If you don't make way, the grudge of my broken path will be irreconcilable." Previously, the Emperor's corpse, the sky-crushing sword, he could say that he cared about these things, but he could also say that he did not care. He could not use them. Even the Emperor's corpse might not be of use to him. However, the moment he saw the heart, he felt that he might be able to use it. He might be able to borrow the strength of the heart to forcefully break through the barrier. After piercing the Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader with a spear, Qi Huanyu's expression was cold and fierce. He bellowed, "You forced me to kill all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Huanyu let out a roar. At this moment, the long spear suddenly manifested countless illusions. Cover feather. With a loud bellow, the long spear shot out like countless feathers. Retreat. The Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader bellowed with mentality, charging toward the other rank, 9 Emperor Blood Tree other than Diu. However, it was too late. At this moment, the feather-like spear shadows shot out continuously. At this moment, the rank 9 Emperor Blood Tree's huge trunk was suddenly pierced with countless holes. The heart core in its body immediately shattered with a cracking sound. Then, the heart core also shattered with a cracking sound. Including Diyu, the Emperor Blood Tree Clan had a total of 19 experts. At this moment, only the Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader and Diyu were left. In the crowd, Qin Fengqing leisurely walked toward the fallen rank 9 Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader and Qi Huanyu, while the Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader and Qi Huanyu were fighting. He plucked a fruit and took a few bites as if he was eating a fruit. Then he sucked up the blood-like life essence on the ground and burped. Under Ji Yao's cold gaze, he smiled and said playfully, "Girl not happy? Do you want to try? Do you want to die?" Ji Yao's face was livid. Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, "If you don't want to die, then mind your own business. I don't have time to argue with you. I'll pick up some leftovers and eat some fruits. It's not against the law, right? I'm warning you, don't glare at me. If you stare at me again, I'll kill you." After saying that, he ignored Ji Yao and looked at the cave in front of him. He sighed. "Forget it, you guys eat the meat. I'll just eat some meat." Along the way, many Emperor Blood Tree Clan members had died, and he had eaten a lot too. The others were almost all rank 9. Ji Yao, Huayu, and the rest who were not rank 9 did not seem to be interested in these things. "I'll reluctantly eat and drink a little." The battle at the moment was very chaotic. Those who had helped Fang Ping had now turned against him. As for the Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader who had been hostile to Fang Ping, these demons had started to help Fang Ping and the rest protect the catacombs. Qin Fengqing sighed inwardly. Fang Ping was still good at bluffing. Moreover, every bluff was accurate. Previously, He had bluffed Jiao and Huayu to help him. Now that Qi Huanyu was greedy, he immediately bluffed these demons. But it's very dangerous. Qin Fengqing looked around. Most of the powerhouses were still alive. Up until now, most of those who had died were the weaker rank 9. A rank 9 like Chang Shanqi was not that easy to kill. Wang Hanyue was the only one who had stopped Chang Shanqi. Otherwise, the Emperor Blood Tree clan and the Devil Swordsman might not have been able to guard the entrance of the catacombs. Qin Fengqing burped and walked to the side of Su Bing and the rest, who were watching with folded arms. Ignoring Hong Ji's contemptuous gaze, he smiled and said, "Everyone, are you just going to watch? Wait for the fishermen to reap the benefits? Are you stupid, or are they stupid? Will they give you this chance?" The situation is clear now. Fang Ping and the rest are on one side, and Qi Huanyu and the rest are on the other. You can either help one side or kill all of them. Do you want to wait until both sides are injured and then reap the benefits? Are you sure you have the ability to do so? Hong Ji said coldly, "Then what do you think we should do?" "Simple." Qin Fengqing chuckled. "The bold ones will be stuffed to death, and the timid ones will starve to death. Capture Ji Yao, Huayu, the Jiang brothers Wang Ruobing. Don't kill them. Threaten the others to retreat. Don't worry, based on my understanding of them, Fang Ping will retreat. Qi Huanyu will probably retreat too. As for Zhao Xingwu, he only wants the emperor's corpse. Give it to him. Chang Shanqi and the rest are the same. Capture the young and force the old to retreat. Look at the situation now. If you don't do it and want to reap the benefits in the end, I think it's going to be difficult." Hong Ji snorted. Qin Fengqing sneered. "Do it or don't. It's just a threat, not asking you to kill them. You're so timid, yet you want to be the fisherman? I think you'll be drawing water with a sieve this time. You won't get anything, and you'll be treated with hostility by everyone. Fang Ping won't help, and the others won't help either. Are you just going to watch the show? Just wait, the ones who watch the show die the fastest." Qin Fengqing sneered. Su Bing glanced at him and said after a while, "Young friend Qin, you only want to see the world in chaos. If this gets out, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Do it or don't." Qin Fengqing said impatiently, "With your overcautious characters, it'll be difficult for you to achieve anything great." Everyone looked at each other. Although Qin Fengqing's words were not very reliable, at this moment, it seemed like this was their only chance to reap the greatest benefits. Su Bing glanced at Ji Yao and Huayu. These young people seemed to be watching the show, waiting for the outcome to be decided. They actually did not look nervous at all. If they attacked now, they might really be able to take them down and threaten the others. The next moment, Su Bing and the rest suddenly shot out, rushing toward Ji Yao and the rest. Courting death. Qi Huanyu, who was about to behead the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader, saw this and shouted angrily, "How dare these people!" Outside the crowd, Qin Fengqing took out an Emperor Blood fruit, wiped it on his body, laughed and continued eating. This was good stuff. If he ate some more, he would also be a rank 8. Chaos, chaos. It was not bad to fish in troubled waters. Later, when Devil Swordsman or the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader died, he would also go pick up their corpses to take a look. These days, picking up corpses could really make a fortune. His body moved slightly, avoiding a long sword that shot toward him. Qin Fengqing laughed and said, "It's none of my business. I'm only a rank 7. Don't look for me." This fellow was extremely daring, weaving in and out of the battlefield. If there were benefits, he would reap some. For a moment, he was laughing uncontrollably. At this moment, inside the alternate world, Fang Ping also felt that his golden body was beginning to show signs of transformation. Chapter 909. Master. Outside, the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader's sorrowful voice echoed in the alternate world. Fang Ping's expression did not change. Sensing its crisis, he said calmly, "If you can't beat it, retreat." "Master, This little monster has been enlightened by you and gained sentience. This little monster is happy that you've returned. I only regret that I was born a monster and advanced slowly, unable to share your burdens. Master, if there's a next life, this little monster is willing to be a human and fight for you again. Accompanied by the Emperor Blood Tree clan leaders' intense mentality fluctuations, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded in the outside world. Fong Ping sighed suddenly, a mocking expression on his face. Pathetic. Despicable. What was pathetic was that the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader did not even know that he was not its master even at the moment of his death. What was pathetic was that someone schemed against all living beings. Had he ever thought about his former fate as a servant? That was true, they were just servants. Just some tree demons. What was that? Unquestionable sword. I thought you were a hero, a tragic figure. For revenge, you entered the catacombs and killed a great emperor. It's not an exaggeration to call you a real man. But now you're just trash. Hatred has indeed clouded your mind. Fong Ping was disdainful. If he had the same experience as Unquestionable Sword, Fong Ping's only thought would be to become stronger and kill the enemy. Even if he did not have such an experience, he would not do such a thing. Because of resentment and dissatisfaction, he would not even scheme against the humans and demons who died for him. The Emperor Blood Tree clan fought to the death for Unquestionable Sword. 1,000 years of effort, 1,000 years of effort, turned into nothing in an instant. Ironhead, who was cultivating, chuckled when he heard that. Just a guy who hides his head but shows his tail. How can he be considered a hero? If I were him and didn't die 1,000 years ago, I would take revenge day and night, killing one every 3 years. I would have killed them all by now. Even if I'm killed along the way, it's because I'm not strong enough. I can't blame anyone. Now he's hiding in the dark. Who knows what he's up to? This kind of person is not worthy of sympathy. At this moment, Wang Ruobing suddenly said, "The Demon Emperor." The Demon Emperor might be trying to resurrect his wife. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Wang Ruobing was a little timid under their stares, but she still said, "My father said that Unquestionable Sword is different from before. Since he failed 1,000 years ago, he probably changed his mind. Maybe he's already thinking about destroying and creating the world." Creation? This is an ancient legend. When the world is destroyed, all living things come back to life, and the 3 realms reappear. Of course, this was just a legend. Another legend is related to the seed. Fong Ping was stunned once again. He had actually heard news about the seed of rebirth from Wang Ruobing. Rumor has it that the seed of rebirth is a key condensed by the sovereigns after they severed the Great Path. This key had gathered the origin of the myriad Tao, and perhaps it also contained the life source of some people. Perhaps Unquestionable Jian also wanted to seize the seed of rebirth. Perhaps he could find his wife's life force origin and revive her. However, there was another legend that stated that the appearance of the seed of rebirth also came at the cost of all life in the 3 realms. Ping Su, emperor, emperor not. Therefore, in order to become an emperor, one has to destroy the world. After destroying the world, one has to create a new world. Everything depends on the seed of rebirth. The seed of rebirth contains the origin of life. Perhaps it can resurrect some people. Not. Demon, 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 maybe demon. Demon. Emperor, emperor, demon, 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 demon. Demon, demon, the T? Perhaps the demon emperor heard about this, which is why he is a little confused now. Fong Ping frowned. Unquestionable Sword wants to snatch the seed of rebirth too. Where is the seed of rebirth? Wang Ruobing said in a low voice, "I don't know, but it should be in the human world." It said that when the earthly emperor celestial dynasty was destroyed, the projection of the earthly emperor was looking at the mortal world. Some powerhouses have also said that the mortal world is full of mortal qi and impetuous people. The source of all Tao is the hardest to be found in the mortal world. Earth. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. I see. Was this rumor spread by the projection of the earthly sovereign? Or was it released by some experts? Both, Wang Ruobing explained. Actually, it's not really a rumor. Back then, some great emperors went to the heaven realm and participated in some of the emperors' gatherings. Some emperors said that it was better to leave some hope for the human world at that time. No one had thought of this. Later on, after thinking about it, it was probably referring to the seed of rebirth. Therefore, it is highly possible that the seed of rebirth is in the human world. Fong Ping said in a low voice, Then why didn't anyone go to the human world to look for it before? It's not the right time, Wang Ruobing explained. When the earthly emperor celestial dynasty was destroyed, the earthly sovereign said this in the end. It's not the right time. The celestial realm wall has not been broken. The heavenly realm has not appeared, and the three realms have not merged. It's impossible to find the seed of rebirth. When the earthly emperor celestial dynasty was destroyed, some people thought of going to the human world to look for it. However, at that time, some great emperors were injured, and some great emperors were planning to establish sects and lock up the remnants of the earthly emperor celestial dynasty. They restrained each other. Initially, they wanted to look for it later, but then a war broke out, and there was chaos. My father also wanted to look for the seed of rebirth to see if it could save me. Later, my father came back. Father said that I can't go to the human world now. It seems that someone is guarding it. Huh. Fong Ping said in surprise. Tell me in detail. What does that mean? Wang Ruobing shook her head. I didn't ask. He said that someone is guarding the human world, so he can't go now. He can't go either. If he goes, someone will attack him. It seems that someone is secretly protecting the human world, not allowing the great emperors to enter. Who? I don't know. Wang Ruobing shook her head and said, It might be someone from the heavenly realm. It might also be a powerhouse's disciple. Wang Ruobing thought for a while. When the heavenly realm was destroyed, my father said that there were many secrets. It was not just because of a few supreme great emperors. There might be other reasons that caused the heavenly realm to be destroyed. However, some people might not have died. Maybe they are guarding the human world. Heavenly King subduing. This name appeared in Fong Ping's mind instantly. Heavenly King subduing. It was him. It was definitely him. This old man had been guarding Imperial Sea Mountain since the catacombs' passageway opened, preventing the catacombs' powerhouses from entering. After that, he even got some of the boundary zone's pinnacles to help guard it together. After connecting the dots, Fong Ping felt that the great Emperor Dragon transformation was probably talking about this old man. Heavenly King subduing. Someone from the heavenly realm. Is he a disciple of someone? At this time, Fong Ping had some clues. In this world, some people wanted to destroy the world. Some wanted to save it. Some had a mission. Some wanted revenge. Now, the various forces were gradually coming to the surface. Heavenly King subduing was probably one of the heavenly realm's remnants. The remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty. These people were represented by the catacombs for majestic houses, the boundary zones, beyond heaven, and the evil sects and the grand patriarchs who were acting in the dark, and the crazy lone traveler like unquestionable Jian. No, I have to add the neo-martial artists. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. At this time he saw that Iron Head was also fascinated. He could not help but kick him, scolding. Why aren't you going out after cultivating? Are you waiting for old Yao and the rest to be beaten to death? Are you addicted to looking at women? Iron Head looked aggrieved. I'm listening to secrets. Who's looking at women? Old Yao didn't get beaten to death, right? Besides, you've been cultivating for so long, but I don't see you going out. Helpless as he was, Li Hansong still dashed out quickly. He had just cultivated this array. His golden body was much stronger than old Yao's, reaching the 6th forging realm. As for Fong Ping, he felt that his vitality was about to transform to the extreme. Soon, just as Fong Ping was anticipating, Old Man Li suddenly growled. His golden body flickered, blood-red intertwining. In the blink of an eye, his body expanded dozens of times, becoming a giant. 9 forging! Old Man Li growled, madness in his eyes. Fang Ping could not help but look at the leaving Li Hansong. This fool did not seem to be affected by these crazy thoughts. He was more clear-headed than old Yao earlier. Fang Ping wondered if it was because he absorbed less, or if this guy was really stubborn, not really thinking about these things. Old Man Li's body expanded. Although his eyes were crazy, he managed to maintain his rationality. He said impatiently, "Kid, don't absorb too much. There's something wrong with this vitality. It seems like there are people constantly asking me to kill." Fang Ping nodded, asking quickly, "Is there anything special about your 9th forging golden body?" "Special?" Old Man Li thought for a while before saying, "I'm not sure, but I think when I reach 9th forging, my vitality force might be able to cultivate to 200,000 calories." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. 1 to 2. Did Old Man Li mean that when he reached peak 9th forging, he could fight Qi Huanyu? Qi Huanyu's current limit was about 400,000 calories. That's strong. But was this the only benefit? Fang Ping had just thought of this when he suddenly scolded himself. His ego was inflated. 9 forging golden body, invincible below the pinnacle. What was he thinking? Did he think this was the only benefit? This was too awesome. However, was Old Man Li's 9th forging golden body really the same as his own? Fang Ping frowned. He always felt that he should be stronger. Old Man Li's myriad Tao became one. That was the ultimate Tao. If he walked the normal Tao and reached 9th forging golden body, shouldn't he be even more awesome? While he was thinking, Fang Ping's golden body suddenly cracked again. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly felt unbearable pain. His bones were cracking. Immediately after, the energy in his heart surged rapidly, repairing it. This repeated. This time the speed was faster, and the energy consumed was also greater. The heart was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Ping took a look and frowned. It was over. This heart was going to be crippled. The energy that was enough to make someone reach emperor level was being absorbed by the few of them. Just like that, he absorbed a lot. Old Wang also absorbed a lot. Wang Ruobing was also a big spender. Old Man Li also absorbed a lot. In this way, the 4 of them had almost finished absorbing it. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, in his mind, the cat shouted again, "Liar, pick up the phone!" Fang Ping was speechless. He quickly replied in his mind, "Brother Cat, what's wrong?" "It's going to explode. The Emperor's tomb is going to be gone. I'm going to put away my sword and leave later. You guys hurry up and fight. Once you're done, run." There seemed to be a lot of titled true gods outside. "Brother Cat, don't be anxious. How are we going to take this heavenly palace away?" The cat seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a while he muttered, "You're so greedy. This palace. Ask that blood-red fellow beside you. Heavenly Emperor Zhan." "Heavenly Emperor Zhan?" The cat seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "I think I've heard of him. He's a very powerful fellow. I heard that Big Dog once caused trouble for him. He punished Big Dog to study for a year. After Big Dog came back, he was so scared that he didn't dare to look for him anymore." Fang Ping was stunned. So awesome? Punishing Dog to study? Fang Ping suddenly burst out laughing. If Heavenly Emperor Zhan was Old Wang, this method of punishing people was really unique. The cat continued, "Anyway, I'm not going to his place. There's nothing delicious there. If he catches me and punishes me to study, meow, it's too bad." "Is that blood-red fellow Heavenly Emperor Zhan?" "I don't know him very well. I've heard of him." "Right. God of War's bow is Heavenly Emperor Zhan's. Sky-piercing arrow. Meow, it's mine." The cat suddenly disappeared. It remembered a serious problem. The sky-piercing arrow that it picked up seemed to belong to someone else. "No, it's over. Heavenly Emperor Zhan is dead. Why is he alive again? Do you want me to take it back? No way. I picked it up. I won't give it to him. I'm not familiar with him either. Why should I give it to him? The cat ran very fast this time. Fang Ping also felt the sky piercing, sword trembling, as if the cat was about to take it away. This cat was now worried that the blood-red fellow would wake up and snatch its sword. Of course, it also felt a little guilty. I didn't steal it. I really picked it up. The cat disappeared very quickly. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Old Man Li had already charged out. He slashed at an emperor's corpse, causing it to retreat continuously. In just a short while, Old Man Li's strength had skyrocketed. Fang Ping looked at the heart that was about to disappear completely. He looked at Old Wang, then at Wang Ruobing, and suddenly sighed. He could not absorb any more. At this moment, there was some movement in his golden body, but it seemed like it had not metamorphosed to its limit yet. However, Fang Ping still forced himself to stop absorbing energy. Wealth. For 10 million points vitality. 141,000 calories. 141,000 calories. Mentality. 9,499 hertz. 9,499 hertz. Destruction force. 70 yuan, 70 yuan. Storage space. 10,000 cubic meters plus. Energy shield. 1 point/minute plus aura simulation. 10 points/minute plus origin detailed analysis. 10-100 million points/time. The barrier seems to have been broken, but it still feels like it's lacking something. My vitality strength hasn't reached twice that of a typical rank 8. Fang Ping vaguely felt that something was still lacking. After thinking for a while, maybe his mentality was still lacking, not enough for metamorphosing. If my mentality exceeds 10,000, my vitality strength can truly reach twice that of a typical rank 8. Fang Ping suddenly had a clear idea. Even so, the current him, his vitality strength was equivalent to 1.8 times that of a typical rank 8 or 9. This was equivalent to walking 800 meters on the origin path. Golden Body 9 refinements is still extremely worth it. Fang Ping sighed inwardly, then his gaze flickered slightly. 10,000 Dao into 1. Can origin path further enhance vitality? As for me, I think I can. If Old Man Li was in the origin path realm and could not be enhanced by origin path, although his combat strength was strong, it was not to the extent of defying the heavens. Even if he reached rank 9, his vitality had reached a terrifying 400,000 calories level. Perhaps he could fight the weakest paragon, but 400,000 calories, that was also as difficult as ascending to heaven. What about himself? He was in the Golden Body 9 refinements if his vitality strength doubled, and he walked the origin path and doubled again. Fang Ping swallowed. It could not be that defying the heavens, right? If that was really the case when he reached peak rank 9, if his basic vitality reached about 300,000 calories, did that not mean that after the origin path enhancement his vitality would be comparable to a paragon's? Then it would be equivalent to a Desperate Realm's 600,000 calories, a typical rank 9's one. 2 million calories? Will the origin path still enhance? It should be. Fang Ping swallowed again. It was really hard to say whether Old Man Li would enhance. Maybe it was just an increase in the realm. There might not be any further enhancement. Fang Ping suspected that this was the biggest flaw of myriad Dao unification. As for himself, the probability of enhancement was extremely high. It was much harder for him to forge the Golden Body 9 refinements than it was for Old Man Li. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. His vitality was just over 140,000 calories. His vitality was equivalent to 1.8 times that of the average person, which was about 250,000 calories. Fang Ping swung his fist slightly, his gaze moving slightly. His strength control was still not low. In that case, the current him combined with combat techniques, even if he fought with vitality, the power outburst might also reach 200,000 calories. 70 yuan of destructive power. The enhancement is also not small. If the outburst is 50 yuan, that means I have a 250,000 calories vitality outburst. This had already surpassed some top rank 9. Changshan Qi and the others had a limit of 300,000. Strength control was about 90%. Calculating, it was not much different from Fang Ping's outburst. As for Fang Ping, he had only just entered the 9th refinement. He had not completely completed the transformation. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. In that case, if he settled down for a period of time, he might be able to become the number 1 person in rank, 8 below the paragon. If I want to complete the transformation, I still need some things, but it's mostly done. Maybe I will become the first powerhouse to fight the origin Tao Paragon. Old Man Li was almost there. Could his basic vitality reach 400,000 calories? It was almost impossible. If the origin Tao did not enhance him, he might be able to become a powerhouse that surpassed Qi Huanyu in rank 9. But it would still be difficult for him to fight the paragon. Fang Ping glanced at Old Wang and Wang Ruobing, who were still absorbing energy, took a deep breath, got up, and walked out of the golden house. At the same time, the sky destroyer trembled, then disappeared quickly. As for the remaining bit of heart, almost in the blink of an eye, the energy completely overflowed, absorbed by Old Wang and Wang Ruobing. The heart was gone. Tian Mu and Wu Chuan did not get this opportunity. Fang Ping felt a little regretful, but the two of them did not necessarily need this. They had already reached this stage. Not having this harvest would not affect anything. Fang Ping, who had stepped on the ground of the alternate world, suddenly felt the ground sink slightly. He could not help but laugh. The strength was too strong, even the weight had increased a lot. Glancing at the place where Iron Head and the others were fighting, Fang Ping was just about to go and help when suddenly a violent thought arose in his heart. Just kill them all. Hindrance. Fang Ping's expression changed abruptly. Damn it. How could he have such a thought? Kill them all? Kill who? Unquestionable sword. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. This thing was still divided among many people. Even so, he had such a thought. If Old Wang absorbed it alone, then Old Wang might really go completely crazy. His mind was still filled with such violent thoughts. Fang Ping glanced at everyone. He had absorbed more, so he might not be able to restrain himself later. Clenching his fists, Fang Ping panted. Forget it. It was not too dangerous here now. Without the heart, these emperor corpses seemed to have lost their energy source. Their strength had completely stagnated. Wu Chuan and the rest could handle it. On the other hand, Fang Ping snorted. What? You had not given him his imperishable substance. Since he had turned against him first, then he would not hold back. Ji Yao too, the martial king's secret art, that was real. However, not everyone could learn old Zhang's secret art. Even if they obtained it, it might not be useful. However, this thing was not given for free. Since Qi Huanyu dared to go back on his words, then he would not hold back. The others did the same. Combat Heavenly Palace belonged to Old Wang. The heart belonged to Old Zhang. In that case, everything here belonged to Old Wang. What belonged to Old Wang was his. There was nothing wrong with that. These people were robbing his things in his home and killing his servants. Although the emperor blood tree monster plants were unquestionable sword servants, these trees might have been planted by Old Wang in the past. They might even be considered Old Wang's trees. In that case, they belonged to him again. No matter how Fang Ping thought about it, he still felt that these people were detestable. They robbed his home and even wanted to kill people. Unforgivable. Even if my golden body hasn't completely transformed, it's still extremely powerful. That's right, this time it's finally time for me to show off. I'll kill a few rank 9s and celebrate for me. Fang Ping grinned. Then he stepped on the ground and rose. With a rumble, the ground shook. Fang Ping shot out like a cannonball. In the next moment, he appeared in the cultivation room. At this moment, the battle outside the cultivation room was ongoing. Qi Huanyu was almost here, among the Emperor Blood Tree clan. Only Di Yu was still alive. He was currently resisting Qi Huanyu. Seeing Qi Huanyu, Fang Ping's eyes turned slightly red. He grinned and said, "Old thing, do you really think you're invincible? How dare you behave atrociously in my place?" As soon as he said that, many people were a little surprised. Fang Ping was getting more and more arrogant. Previously, he was only provoking ordinary rank 9s. At most, he would provoke Chang Shanqi and the rest. Now, he even dared to provoke Qi Huanyu. "Look at your grandfather." Fang Ping scolded. He pointed at his chest and laughed. "Come, give me a try. Let's see if you can stab me to death." "You're courting death." Qi Huanyu let out a cold humph. "How dare Fang Ping?" "I'll give it a try. Come on." Fang Ping laughed. "I want to try this 9th forging golden body that has not been completely achieved. I want to see how good its defense is." Creak! Boom! A sharp sound was heard. Then, Fang Ping flew backward, smashed into the wall, and slid down slowly. However, everyone was stunned at this moment. There was a small bloody spot on Fang Ping's chest. A powerhouse like Qi Huanyu could only leave a bloody spot on Fang Ping's chest with a spear attack. One had to know that even a powerhouse like Wu Chuan would be pierced through if he was stabbed by his spear. Although Fang Ping was sent flying, he was grinning at this moment. His golden teeth were exposed. He was smiling brightly and crazily. 9 forging golden body. Qi Huanyu could not kill him. What did this mean? This meant that no one below the peak could kill him. Of course, Qi Huanyu had only used one spear attack. If he had hit the same spot hundreds of times, Fang Ping would also be pierced. However, he was not a dead person. Could he be pierced hundreds of times? Ha ha ha. Rank 9. I'm invincible. Fang Ping laughed wildly, even though he had just slid down from the wall. Qi Huanyu's expression was gloomy. He said word by word, "Golden body, 9th forging." Everyone was silent. Chapter 910. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely arrogant. After laughing wildly for a while, he said with a ferocious expression, "I'll count to 3. Get out of here and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die." Zhao Xingwu, who was fighting with the Emperor corpse, suddenly stopped. His Changdao moved slightly, and the Emperor corpse charged straight at Fang Ping. Some people were too arrogant. Bang! Fang Ping went head-on with the Emperor corpse. Both of them collided for a while, and both of them retreated several meters. Fang Ping twisted his neck and laughed. "Your physique isn't weak, but that's it." Having said that, Fang Ping glanced at Su Bing and the others. At this moment, Su Bing and the others were fighting with some rank 9s under Ji Yao and the others. Fang Ping glanced around. At this moment, there were only about 30 humans and demons left. Before entering, there were hundreds of humans and demons. In such a short time, many people had died. "Ji Yao, Huayu, are you sure you want to go against me?" Huayu glanced at Zhao Xingwu, waved his fan, and laughed. "Huayu doesn't mean that. Fang Ping, if you fulfill the conditions we agreed to, I'll leave this place with my people immediately." Fang Ping glanced at him and suddenly laughed. "Huayu, return me the imperishable substance." What are you pretending for? You only have 2 rank 9s under you, and you dare to set conditions with me? Where did you get the right? Fang Ping shouted coldly. Huayu's expression was a little stiff. Mother of *her. This bastard turned hostile too quickly. Yes, he did have 2 rank 9s under him, but he was representing the Sky Plant's royal court now. Was Zhao Xingwu not still here? As he was thinking, Fang Ping looked at Zhao Xingwu and laughed. "Leader Zhao, we can discuss this. You're Sino Nation's spy in the catacombs. You want the Emperor corpse? Fine, this corpse is yours." After saying that, Fang Ping threw a punch, blasting the emperor corpse that had just rushed over a few meters back, returning to Zhao Xingwu's side. Zhao Xingwu held his saber and moved it a few times, trapping the emperor corpse in front of him. He said lightly, "Where's the heart?" "I've eaten it." Fang Ping burped and laughed. He looked at Qi Huanyu with a playful expression. "Qi Huanyu, I've eaten your heart. Out of everyone here, you are the strongest. I'll give you a choice. If you think you have the ability to kill me, then let's continue. If you don't have the ability, we'll stick to the old rules. You'll get one of the emperor's corpses. What's your choice?" Qi Huanyu's expression was cold as he said coldly, "It's all the same, even if I kill you. That heart is incomparably powerful. It's impossible for you to exhaust it in such a short time." Is he being stubborn? Fang Ping exhaled and shouted, "Get up here! Bring the emperor corpse along. We'll play with these fellows." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Li, Tianmu, and Wu Chuan leaped into the air. The two emperor corpses behind them caught up with them quickly. Old Man Li chuckled. Without another word, he went straight to Qi Huanyu. Before he even arrived, a sword pierced through the air. The killing intent was so dense that it made people feel nauseous. Old Man Li's eyes were slightly red. He looked slightly manic as he smiled devilishly. "Qi Huanyu, have a taste of my sky-piercing sword." Without saying a word, Qi Huanyu also charged out with his spear. The spear and sword collided. Qi Huanyu's perlicue trembled. He had forced Old Man Li back with a single spear strike, but his footsteps were obviously much heavier. Ninth refinement. Qi Huanyu glanced at him, then at Fang Ping. He said coldly, "Both of you are actually at ninth refinement golden body. Looks like the heart has been absorbed by you." Suddenly, there were two more ninth refinement golden body powerhouses. Needless to say, the heart had been absorbed. Qi Huanyu's gaze grew colder. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Hand over the sky-crushing sword. I won't make things difficult for you anymore." The heart had been absorbed. Could he really extract it after killing Fang Ping and the rest? If that was the case, then he would settle for the next best thing. Obtaining the sky-crushing sword would be the same. Sky-crushing sword? Fang Ping laughed. "Taking something without any proof. Do you think it's that easy? Kill that Chang Shanqi, and the sky-crushing sword will be yours. Don't worry, I, Fang Ping, will not go back on my words this time. If I take the sky-crushing sword away, let my golden body collapse. How about that? Ignorant brat! Don't you dare!" Chang Shanqi was furious. This time many people from the Wushan everlasting Rong Heaven came, but at this moment only two of them were still alive. Only he and the rank 9 youth from Wushan everlasting Rongtian were still alive. All of this was because of Fang Ping. Previously, Qi Huanyu and the rest attacked them and killed a few powerhouses from Wushan everlasting Rongtian. "I don't dare." Fang Ping grinned. "Then try it." After saying that, Fang Ping laughed maniacally again. "Leave this old thing to me. Qi Huanyu, you want the sky-crushing sword. If I don't give it to you, do you think you can take it away? I'll let you take advantage of it and kill that old man." Fang Ping was talking about Lu Ji. This Grandmaster powerhouse was not weak either. He seemed to have said something unkind earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping had already thrown a punch. Chang Shanqi's eyes were cold. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he stabbed his spear straight at Fang Ping's eyes. Boom! Fang Ping raised his fist and bombarded the long spear. When the two collided, Fang Ping took a few steps back. A bloody mark appeared on his fist. Chang Shanqi's long spear also trembled, and he took a few steps back. The others' gazes changed slightly. Fang Ping was getting stronger and stronger, although there was still a slight gap between him and Chang Shanqi. The current Fang Ping was indeed considered a powerhouse of this level. The difference in their explosive power was not too big. Changshanchi seemed to feel embarrassed. With a low growl, the long spear in his hand suddenly turned into a giant dragon. The giant dragon swung its tail and whipped toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping stepped on the air and stood on top of the dragon's head in an instant. The Changdao in his hand appeared and he slashed down. Boom! Another deafening rumble rang out. Fang Ping grinned. It was at this moment that a golden house appeared. This time, the golden house did not trap or kill anyone. Instead, it merged directly into the Changdao. The golden light on the Changdao was incomparably dazzling. Void-piercing kill. Fang Ping growled. The Changdao was unimaginably fast. Not far away, Jiao, Huayu, and the others were dizzy. The vibrating sound of the saber made them dizzy. Even Qin Fengqing, who was picking up the scraps, staggered and almost fell. Shaking his head, Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping and cursed under his breath. Not only was this guy's golden body powerful, but his mentality was also incomparably strong. Rank: 8 martial artists no longer used materialized objects. Or rather, materialized objects were not powerful enough. However, this guy's materialized objects were still powerful. Right now, it merged into the Changdao. The Changdao even carried a mentality attack. The giant dragon that Changshanqi's spear had transformed into let out a painful cry. Its huge body trembled for a moment. In the blink of an eye, it reverted to a spear and shot back toward Changshanqi. Changshanqi caught the spear, his brows furrowed. This ignorant kid had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. The other party's materialized objects actually had such an amplification effect after he had refined his golden body 9 times. This was beyond his expectations. Under normal circumstances, a powerhouse with a physique like Fang Ping's, even if his mentality was not weak, the amplification effect on martial artists would be limited. Trash! Fang Ping sneered and shouted coldly again, "Those who should stand in line now. I want to distinguish between friend and foe. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you later. Your name is Fang Ping?" At this moment, the young man from the Forbidden Sea's nameless mountain said lightly, "The heart should not have been completely absorbed by you. I came here this time only for this object. I don't covet the heart's energy. After the heart's energy dissipates, there should be a crystallized remnant left. Give it to me, and I won't make things difficult for you." Fang Ping glanced at him. Crystallized remnant? He seemed to have seen it, but it seemed to have been absorbed by Old Wang. How did this guy know so clearly? Seeing that Fang Ping was looking at him, the long-haired young man said lightly, "Nameless Mountain does not care about worldly affairs. This time, I came out of the mountain only for this object. This object might be the remnant of Zhan Tiendi. The crystallization has no effect on others. Nameless Mountain also has other reasons for wanting this object." As soon as he said this, the water buffalo monster, Liwuji, suddenly transmitted his voice. "Give this object to me, and my water clan will no longer participate in this matter." These 2 powerhouses from the Forbidden Sea only wanted this object. They did not even mention the Sky Destroyer sword. Fang Ping raised his brows slightly and smiled. Rumor has it that the Forbidden Sea was formed at the same time as the Heavenly Realm's destruction. Could it be that the Forbidden Sea is related to Zhan Tiendi? Li Wuji growled, his mentality fluctuating again. This matter is already in the past. No one can trace it back. Even the ancient emperors are not clear about it. Fang Ping, hand over this object, and we will retreat. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wuji, the young man from Nameless Mountain, Lu Ji, and Changshan Qi quickly gathered together. At this time, the battle had also begun to stop. On Huayu's side, the people from Sky Plant's royal court had gathered around Zhao Xingwu. On the other hand, the people from Destiny Royal Court had gathered around Qi Huanyu, including the demon dragon. On the other hand, Diyu and the Devil Swordsman had rushed to Fang Ping's side. The devil swordsman's mentality was also fluctuating violently. Master, this little demon has finally returned. Fang Ping glanced at him and said lightly, My memory has not fully recovered. The devil swordsman. This little demon's name is Jian Yi. Master gave me this name in the past. The devil swordsman's mentality fluctuated again. Master, outside the emperor's tomb, 3,000 demons from Imperial Sea Mountain have already surrounded the emperor's tomb. Once the emperor's tomb opens, I will lead the demons from Imperial Sea Mountain to kill all of them. This was a private transmission to Fang Ping. The devil swordsman was not a lone ranger. He was the demon king of Imperial Sea Mountain in the vicinity, and he led many demon powerhouses. This time, he had brought almost all the demons under his command to the bounded domain. Some of them came through the Forbidden Sea, while others came through the underground tunnel. Fang Ping was slightly stunned. The demons from Imperial Sea Mountain had turned out in full force this time. At least in the Nanjiang area, the demons from Imperial Sea Mountain had turned out in full force. There were actually as many as 3,000 of them. Although the number did not mean anything, the demons from Imperial Sea Mountain were not weak. There were more rank 9, more or less, than some of the Forbidden Lands. There should be more than 10 rank 9s, right? The demons were not afraid of death. When they fought, their strength would not be too weak. At this moment, Fang Ping had already felt something different. In the emperor's tomb, the heart had disappeared. The sky-crushing sword had disappeared, and the surrounding space cracks seemed to be dissipating. If things were not handled here, there might be a true king entering the territory next. Seeing that these people were still dawdling, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, Then kill! Instructor Li, Senior Wu, kill the people from Grandmaster first. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed toward Changshan Qi and the others. Rumble! A great battle broke out in an instant. Qi Huanyu was currently holding back an emperor corpse. He frowned slightly and looked at Ji Yao, not quite sure what to do. The heart had been absorbed by Fang Ping and the others. What should they do now? Ji Yao strolled over and glanced at the battle scene over there. Seeing Fang Ping taking the lead and fighting Changshan Qi alone, she transmitted her voice. Grandpa Huanyu, let's defeat an emperor corpse first, then enter the crypt and seize the sky-punishing sword. Then we'll leave. Even though Fate King had told her not to snatch the heaven-crushing sword, if Qi Huanyu managed to get his hands on it, Fate King might be able to help him take the heaven-crushing sword away. The emperor's corpse, the heaven-punishing sword, and the heart were probably the most valuable things in the tomb. Now that he had lost his heart, he could obtain something else, in addition to the martial king's supreme art. Thinking of this, Ji Yao was no longer interested in accompanying them. As for the crystallized heart that Li Wuji and the other humans and demons wanted, it might be of great use. However, she didn't know what it could be used for, so she didn't need to take risks for it. Upon hearing that, Qi Huanyu did not say anything else. A dazzling spear radiance burst forth from his spear and rapidly surrounded the emperor's corpse. Not far away, Zhao Xingwu was also killing another emperor corpse without saying a word. Su Bing and the rest looked left and right. Previously, they wanted to take down Ji Yao and the rest, but they failed. They were almost surrounded and killed. It was only when Fang Ping and the rest came out that those people ignored them. Now that things had come to this, the heart was gone, and there were many people fighting for the heaven-crushing sword. Looking at the last complete emperor's corpse, Su Bing suddenly said, Let's take this emperor's corpse. We don't need to care about anything else. Everyone looked at each other. Without another word, they all charged toward the last complete emperor's corpse. They were fighting with the emperor's corpse. Fang Ping let Tian Mu guard the entrance, while he, Old Manly, Wu Chuan, Diu, and Devil Swordsman charged toward Changshan Qi and the rest. At this moment, Wang Hanyue also stopped attacking. Instead, she retreated near the entrance. Fang Ping did not care about her. He faced Chang Shanqi. Old Man Li faced the youth from Nameless Mountain, Devil Swordsman, and Li Wuji fought. Diu and Lu Ji fought, and Wu Chuan faced the remaining 4 rank 9 powerhouses. 13 powerhouses in this narrow space, constantly intertwined and fought. While Fang Ping fought with Chang Shanqi, his mind was spinning. The Emperor's tomb was about to break. Without the source of energy, the Emperor's tomb seal would disappear in 10 minutes at most, including the so-called final kill array. Before that, he must reap more benefits, take away Combat Heavenly Palace, and think of a way to leave this place safely with Old Wang and the rest. Maybe someone could deal with powerhouses above rank 9. However, if Fang Ping did not deal with rank 9 now, he might still be surrounded and killed when he got out. Actually, the best way is to kill all the enemies here. I'll restrain my aura and leave secretly with the rest. Fang Ping secretly felt that it was a pity, but he had no way to kill so many powerhouses now. While thinking about this, Fang Ping's movements were not slow. The Changdao in his hand glowed with a dazzling golden glow. The golden house integrated, mixed with a strong mentality explosion, and quickly attacked Chang Shanqi. Chang Shanqi's ability was also extremely strong. When the two of them fought, the aftermath made some people unable to dodge in time. After Old Man Li entered the 9th refinement, his ability had also skyrocketed. Although he did not have the enhancement of Fang Ping's mentality, Old Man Li's vitality was strong, and when he fought, he was also exceptionally valiant. Fang Ping and Old Man Li were very valiant. At this moment, both of their hearts were boiling with killing intent. This was the influence of the heart. However, both of their opponents were also powerhouses. The youth from Nameless Mountain and Chang Shanqi were both peerless rank 9. They would not be killed so easily. Diyu was already no match for Lu Ji. Wu Chuan's side was also very troublesome. Although he was strong, it was 1 against 4. Even if the remaining few people were not as strong as the previous ones, those who survived until now were not weaklings. This is troublesome. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Although he pretended to be strong, strictly speaking, he was still slightly lacking. Against Chang Shanqi and the rest, it was still possible to force himself not to lose. If he wanted to defeat the other party, maybe it would be possible if he dragged it out for a while. However, if he wanted to kill them, Fang Ping almost could not do it. Powerhouses like this were all at the 9th to 10th origin realm. How could they be killed so easily? Not far away, outside the catacombs, the monster dragon was eager to make a move, as if it had the intention to go underground. However, at the entrance, Wang Hanyue and Tian Mu were both there. The monster dragon was a little wary and did not force its way in. This can't go on. I'm not good at killing people of a higher rank. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly roared, "Trash, after cultivating for thousands of years. This is all you have. Do you think you're worthy to fight me? Senior Wu, I'll leave it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping turned around and quickly exchanged places with Wu Chuan. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chuan and Chang Shanqi were engaged. Both of their abilities were about the same. When they fought, they were evenly matched. At this moment, Fang Ping was also slightly relaxed against the 4 rank 9s. Wu Chuan's ability was still quite strong. Although Fang Ping was strong, his attack power seemed average. In this way, the 4 of them were not in danger of dying. As they were thinking about this, Fang Ping sneered and the Golden House appeared. It was very difficult for him to kill someone stronger than him. However, killing someone weaker than him was really not too difficult. As soon as the Golden House appeared, not far away, the expressions of the people from the 2 royal courts changed slightly. During the battle in the Magic City catacombs previously, Fang Ping's Golden House played a huge role. The powerhouse under Hua Yu, Hua Ping, seemed to want to remind these people from Grandmaster. However, Hua Yu shook his head slightly, a playful smile on his face. The people from Grandmaster did not understand Fang Ping very well. This time they might be at a big disadvantage. As expected, as soon as the Golden House appeared, Fong Ping enveloped them directly. Among these four, 3 were humans and 1 was a demon. The demons were also from the Forbidden Sea. When Fong Ping enveloped them, the other party did not expect Fong Ping to use his own core materialization to envelop them at all. The core materialization was a martial artist's strength, but it was also their weakness. Once it was defeated, the martial artist's mentality would be severely damaged. However, at this moment, Fong Ping did not care at all. These fellows did not know how sturdy his Golden House was. His current mentality had reached more than 9,000 hertz. The Golden House had also become tighter and sturdier. The core materialization was closely related to the strength of a martial artist's own mentality. It was difficult to trap a powerhouse like Qi Huanyu. It was very likely to be broken. However, trapping these people was really not difficult. The Golden House's enveloped 2 humans and 1 demon directly. At first, he did not care about the remaining person. The 3 powerhouses could break out of the encirclement very quickly. However, after he was slashed by Fong Ping several times in a row, only to hear booming sounds, but the 3 rank 9s did not break out of the encirclement. Only then did this person realize that something was wrong. However, it was too late. At this moment, Fong Ping's figure suddenly expanded. He expanded so much that his head was almost poking the roof. Fong Ping's hands also became incomparably huge. The Changdao disappeared abruptly. Fong Ping grabbed that person with one hand, like pinching a chick, holding the other party in his hands. With a violent roar, his hands were incomparably rich in destructive force, squeezing down viciously. No. This person also had the strength of about stage 5 origin. His basic vitality was as high as 140,000 calories. After the enhancement, the strength of his vitality was close to 210,000 calories. Compared to Fong Ping, he was still much weaker. Especially since Fong Ping was using destructive force now, the outburst was even stronger. The other party thought that his companions would come out quickly, so he did not think of escaping. Right now, being pinched by Fong Ping, he only felt that his golden body was about to explode. He howled in pain and struggled frantically. "Go to hell!" Fong Ping roared. With a bang, he crushed his golden body directly. Uft! Large amounts of golden blood and golden broken bones exploded in all directions. The moment a virtual shadow materialized, it tried to escape without saying a word. The other party's mentality had not been destroyed yet, but Fong Ping would not give him the chance. The divine weapon that had disappeared earlier suddenly appeared in the direction he was escaping to. The divine weapon abruptly turned into a ferocious beast, swallowing the virtual shadow in one gulp. Fong Ping! Resentful mentality waves spread. Immediately after, the sound of glass shattering was heard. The divine weapon Changdao returned to its original state again. There seemed to be faint cracks on the body of the saber. As for the other party's mentality, it had already disappeared. Fong Ping laughed loudly. In a 1 versus 4 situation, he easily killed a stage 5 origin powerhouse. Compared to before, it was incomparable. In the past, he thought that origin Dao was incomparably powerful. Today, it seemed like it was nothing more than this. He, Fong Ping, could now be considered to be truly standing at the peak below the absolute peak. And this was just him entering the 9th refinement of the golden body. Damn it! Fong Ping swiftly killed a powerhouse. Chang Shan Qi and the others' expressions changed drastically. Qi Huanyu, why aren't you guys making a move? Su Bing, you guys got the Emperor's corpse. With Fong Ping's domineering personality, do you think you can take it away? Everyone roared. They had underestimated Fong Ping. If this went on, Fong Ping might be able to kill the remaining 3 powerhouses quickly. When that time came, they would be in danger. On the human world side, the few rank 9 powerhouses who attacked this time were extremely powerful. In addition, Devil Swordsman and Yu were participating in the battle, which made them even more furious and aggrieved. Qi Huanyu and the others were actually still dealing with the emperor's corpse. Was this something they could take away? Fang Ping's swift killing of a Stage 5 origin powerhouse made Qi Huanyu and the others somewhat vigilant. This guy was really getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qi Huanyu did not forget that previously in 9 Southern Territory, Fang Ping's strength was only comparable to a Stage 1 or 2 origin realm. Not to mention killing. Even defeating him was difficult. How many days had it been? Fang Ping could actually kill a 5th stage origin Dao powerhouse. Initially, Ji Yao said that she would leave after taking the emperor's corpse and sky-crushing sword. However, at this moment, Qi Huanyu quickly sent a voice transmission to Ji Yao. This person must be killed. He's improving too quickly. Yao! You can't work with him anymore. Previously, he did not pay much attention to Ji Yao and Fang Ping's cooperation. Now, however, he could not ignore it. If this went on, Fang Ping's growth and strength would make him frightened. Black Dragon, you deal with the Emperor's corpse. Qi Huanyu sent a voice transmission to the Demon Dragon. The Demon Dragon was the guardian monster of Destiny Royal Court, a descendant of the mystic dragon. He knew it. Qi Huanyu made up his mind. This time, maybe he should make Fang Ping stay. It was not the first time that he nurtured a tiger. However, even when a war broke out in 9 Southern Territory and Fang Ping and the others killed hundreds of rank 9s, he was not as vigilant as he was now. He did not forget Zhang Tao's words. Zhang Tao had said at that time that he would be Fang Ping's whetstone. Previously, he thought that he did not need to care. Now, perhaps in less than half a year, he would really become Fang Ping's whetstone. Not only Fang Ping, but also Li Changsheng. Both of them had actually achieved Golden Body 9. Such a person had to be killed. When the demon dragon took over the emperor's corpse, Qi Huanyu did not say a word and suddenly charged toward Fang Ping with a spear. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu struck the emperor's corpse with his saber and sent it to where Huayu and the others were. Without a word, he charged toward Qi Huanyu. Bang! A spear and a saber collided in an instant. Qi Huanyu's expression was ugly. I knew that you and the resurrected martial artist are still unclear. Indeed, although he had guessed it, Qi Huanyu was still furious that Zhao Xingwu had stopped him. Heavenly Plant's royal court, be reckless. How could a person like Zhao Xingwu be left alive? Zhao Xingwu glanced at him and said lightly, cut the crap. I was defeated by you before because I was unwilling to fight to the death with you. Since you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish today. Zhao Xingwu, if you insist on courting death, then I'll send you on your way. While the two of them were talking, they had already started fighting each other. The repercussions overflowed, affecting Fang Ping and the others greatly. These two people were truly invincible below the true king level. The saber and the spear did not look fast, but each move was fatal. The aura on both of them was getting stronger and stronger. Fang Ping's expression suddenly changed. He felt something. These two people were showing signs of qualitative change. Both of their powers were showing signs of a qualitative change at the peak. This had happened to him just now, so Fang Ping could feel it particularly clearly. These two fellows are really not that different from desperate abominations, Fang Ping exclaimed inwardly. Could it be that these two people were going to complete the qualitative change in their strength without being in desperate abominations or the 9 refinements? Chapter 911. Rumble. The sounds of explosions were endless. The fight between Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu was terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping and the others had no choice but to retreat a little to prevent themselves from being affected. Just when the fight outside was in full swing, in the alternate world, Wang Jinyang was still wrapped in blood. His aura was getting stronger, but there were no signs of him waking up. Li Hansong and the other 3 were fighting against 3 broken emperor corpses. They were barely holding their ground. Wang Ruobing looked left and right. She was not too nervous, but she was curious. Li Hansong took on the heavy responsibility of defense. He was panting. Is old Wang not awake yet? How much will he improve this time? Without waiting for old Yao to reply, Li Hansong looked at Jiang Chao, who had lost a lot of weight from the beating, and chuckled. This guy seems to be completely lost now. Old Yao, do you think he'll cry when he wakes up? Fatty Zhang's eyes were red from the killing. If he was not guided, he would attack old Yao and the rest. Although the 3 broken emperor corpses were not as powerful as the other 3, they were not to be underestimated. Jiang Chao had just achieved rank 8. He was no match for them. However, this guy was still fighting hysterically even though his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Li Hansong felt that if Jiang Chao woke up, he would probably doubt his life. Yao Chengjun glanced at the calm Li Hansong. At this moment, Yao Chengjun could not suppress the bloodthirsty impulse. Iron Head, however, was extremely calm. Yao Chengjun killed an emperor corpse with a spear. He could not help but say, "You're really iron-headed." What kind of person was this? Among the few who absorbed the heart energy this time, Jiang Chao was the most affected. Jiang Hao could barely keep his mind clear. The others were more or less affected. However, Iron Head did not seem to have any reaction at all. At this moment, Li Hansong thought of the random transcript and swore, "Old Yao, that random transcript better not be written by you. Otherwise, just you wait." This guy actually called him an idiot. Although it was something from his past life, it would not do. Cut the crap. Yao, Chengjun scolded. Then his gaze changed. This is bad. This place is going to collapse. Hurry, bring old Wang up. The other world was about to collapse. The seal was built on the foundation of the heart. Now that the heart was gone, the seal would no longer have any energy to sustain it. It would probably collapse soon. They were anxious to bring old Wang up and leave this place. And just behind them, dozens of meters away. However, things were a little different this time. Tai Tu and the others knew nothing about it. Beside Wang Ruobing and old Wang, there was another figure. Wang Ruobing looked at the silhouette. The silhouette was somewhat illusory, but she could roughly make out some things. He was dressed in a long robe, and his long hair was tied up in a simple bun. There was nothing domineering about him. He looked ordinary, and his face could not be seen clearly. The phantom had his hands behind his back, as if he was looking at the 2 of them. After a long time, the phantom suddenly sighed and said in a calm voice he actually gave up. "Jean Tiandi, this is beyond my expectations. I think the attraction the heart has for you is beyond anyone's imagination, but you are able to restrain this desire." Wang Jinyang, who had been wrapped in the blood cocoon, now had his face drained of blood. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the shadow. After a while he said slowly, "He is him and I am me. I have always thought that Wang Jinyang is just Wang Jinyang and not someone else. I am not Jean Tiandi, nor am I a resurrected warrior. I am me." It's easy to say, but difficult to do. The phantom sighed and laughed softly. "Don't you think it's a pity? After absorbing the heart's power, you will definitely become an emperor-level warrior. Furthermore, the 6 emperor-level warriors will also become your puppets. What's there to pity?" Wang Jinyang was indifferent. The phantom laughed again. "Don't you resent giving your power to an outsider and making him stronger? Unquestionable, Jian. It seems like I have overestimated you." Wang Jinyang said calmly, "That's not my power. It's external power. Since you have asked me so much, can I ask you a few questions?" "Sure, but I'm about to dissipate. I might not be able to answer." The phantom laughed again. His laughter lasted for a long time, but Li Hansong and the others nearby did not sense it at all. "You should still be alive. Are you living under the identity of unquestionable Jian, or are you living as someone else? Is there a difference?" Unquestionable Jian smiled faintly and said, "A title is just a title, be it Demon Emperor, Unquestionable Jian, or others. What's the difference?" Wang Jinyang did not ask about this. He said again, 1,000 years ago you killed your way into the catacombs and killed those powerhouses who schemed against you. We all admired you. Why did such a huge turn of events happen, and you want to hide in the dark? Do you really understand me? Unquestionable Jian chuckled and said, How much do you know about what happened 1,000 years ago? Have you been to the Hall of Myriad Origins? I've said it before, I'm just a deserter, an abandoned disciple. You don't have to overestimate me. Just like you said, you are you and I am me. I'm not a hero in your eyes. I kill for revenge. I'm hiding because I want revenge. I hate this world. I hate everything. Who killed your wife back then? This time, Unquestionable Jian did not answer. Wang Jinyang did not pursue the matter. He said again, You lured me here this time. Did you really calculate that I would come here 1,000 years ago? Or did you just have this plan recently because of fate? Is there a difference? Of course there is. Wang Jinyang looked at him. It's impossible for a wisp of your mentality projection to exist from 1,000 years ago until now. You must have left it here recently. Either you've always been here, or you've been here recently. Wang Jinyang said calmly, I've been here recently. Does your master know? If he knows, then your identity will be exposed. If he doesn't know, then it means that you're stronger than imagined. You can even hide it from your master easily. And then, Unquestionable Jian laughed. Although I don't want to boast, I'm indeed very strong. Heavenly Emperor Zhan, if you still have the combat strength you had in your past life, maybe you're qualified to compete with me. The you now is too far away. Wang Jinyang laughed. Maybe. One last question. You know me, Fang Ping and the rest, right? Unquestionable Jian was still laughing, but he did not answer. I think I understand now. You really do know us. But there are too many people who know us. We might not be able to catch you. Unquestionable Jian, you've done wrong this time. If you talk nicely, maybe Fang Ping will help you. You just had to choose this method. You'll only make Fang Ping hate you. You'll be in big trouble. Fang Ping? Unquestionable Jian laughed again. Have you, Heavenly Emperor Zhan, also fallen to this state? Even you're placing your hopes on Fang Ping. Can Fang Ping really do it? Unquestionable Jian laughed and let out a long sigh. I thought you'd ask about yourself, but you didn't. But since we've met, let's have a chat. Do you know where I got your heart from? Wang Jinyang said nothing. In misery. Unquestionable Sword smiled and said, In the sea of bitterness where the heavenly realm fell. But there's only your heart, nothing else. The reason why I know it's Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart is also related to Heavenly Battle Palace. I found Heavenly Battle Palace there. What are you trying to say? Wang Jinyang was still calm. Unquestionable Jian laughed. His laughter was indifferent. Maybe your flesh and other parts of your body are there too, including some other things. Are you interested in taking a look? Not only you, there are also those too. As he said that, Unquestionable Jian pointed at the Iron-Head duo who were still fighting. I think I've sensed their aura before. It's not too obvious, but they should be in that area. The Skyfall land. Unquestionable Jian laughed again. It's not far from the Great Change. If you guys do things step by step now, can you really have the power to turn the situation around before the Great Change? Do you have that ability? Perhaps if you find your past body, even if you can't use it completely, you can still strengthen yourself like this time. Are you encouraging me to go to the Forbidden Sea, to the Skyfall land? Yes. Unquestionable Jian laughed. I'm encouraging you. Just like this time, you clearly knew that this place is dangerous, but didn't you still come? Aye. Unquestionable Jian, plot against people. Maybe there's a conspiracy, but most of it is an overt plot. Unquestionable Jian's apparition became fainter and fainter. The Skyfall land, you guys will go there sooner or later. As for the specific place, ask the cat, it should still remember. As soon as he finished speaking, Unquestionable Jian's apparition dissipated completely like water ripples. The blood cocoon on Wang Jinyang's body slowly shattered. Beside him, Wang Ruobing looked at the direction where the apparition shattered and suddenly laughed. Unquestionable Jen, the Devil Emperor, is really bad. Wang Jinyang opened his eyes and looked at her. Wang Ruobing snickered. He purposely excluded me because he wanted me to tell others, to tell my father that I know the secret of the Skyfall Land. The Skyfall Land is actually where the celestial realm is. Many people went there to search, but couldn't find it. It seems like someone found it, but many people died. It seems like that big dog also died there. After that, there was no news of the Skyfall Land. The Devil Emperor said that the cat knows and found many things. If the news spreads, my father might be tempted. At this point, Wang Ruobing sighed. My father is reaching the end of his lifespan. Maybe he really will go to the Skyfall Land to find some things. Right now, only the cat knows the news, Wang Jinyang interrupted. We once obtained a celestial realm map fragment. It was given to us by Celestial Dharch Guanming. No way. Wang Ruobing shook her head. Celestial Dharch Guanming seems to have gone with the big dog. Back then, there were many experts, so they could resolve the dangers along the way. Even so, many experts died. So that path is wrong. Also, the big dog is dead and there is no one to lead the way. Now, they might not be able to find it because the sea of bitterness is changing. Since the cat knows if the cat leads the way, they might be able to reach the Skyfall Land safely. Should they go through all the dangers and risk dying on that path, or find the cat and force it to lead the way? Wang Jinyang instantly understood this point. After a while, he said in a low voice, Unquestionable Sword is really plotting against the cat. I don't know. Wang Ruobing said softly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The big dog is dead, and I don't want father to take the risk. The big dog was very powerful back then. My father said that he won't settle the score with it, which means that it is stronger than my father at his peak. Now that father is injured. I would rather father live until he dies of old age. Wang Ruobing said with some sadness. Her father's time was coming. It shouldn't have been so fast. Her father was strong, and the stronger he was, the longer he lived. But for her father had spent a lot of energy to seal, release, and seal all these years this way. He didn't even have time to recover. How could he last until the end? Seeing her sadness, Wang Jinyang said, Are your injuries healed? I don't know. Wang Ruobing shook her head. I don't know how my injuries are. Every time they act up, my father will seal me. But I still have to thank your heart, the energy of your heart. You're welcome. That's not mine. As Wang Jinyang said that, Tai Tu suddenly scolded. Old Wang, you came to help when you woke up. What are you talking about with a woman? Did you see a woman and can't walk anymore? Have you forgotten about your little wife at home? Wang Jinyang chuckled and got up. The blood cocoon on his body fell off. As he walked, he said with a smile, Jealous? Jealous my ass. Tai Tu scolded. What was this guy thinking? Why would I be jealous? Since when did you develop this bad habit of scolding people? Wang Jinyang laughed again. At this moment, a blood-red bow appeared in his hand. The moment the bow appeared, the entire space shook. The previously dim longbow seemed to have brightened up quite a bit. War God Bow. Wang Jinyang looked at the bow in his hand and chuckled. It's just a weapon. Although I'm not War God Dharch, I don't mind borrowing the weapons of others. You don't have to be so stupid. As he said that, a blood-red arrow appeared. The moment the arrow appeared, the entire space shook again. Wang Jinyang pulled the bow into the shape of a half-moon. Wang Jinyang shouted, and the blood-red arrow shot through the air, creating waves of blood along the way. Seeing this, Wang Jinyang wasn't surprised. Instead, he was disappointed. It was very powerful. If this arrow was shot outside the Emperor's tomb, it might be able to break through space. But the waves of blood were too big. Wang Jinyang thought of the stone target in the courtyard. He could imagine that when war god Tharch shot that arrow, it was very ordinary. All the energy was contained in the arrowhead, and there was no leakage. The blood waves were huge. This was caused by the leakage of energy. It was not a good thing. Although I can't deny my previous life, I have to admit that war god Tharch is strong. Wang Jinyang murmured. Not far away, Taitu was shocked by this guy's sudden strength. He couldn't help but complain, "That's enough, old Wang. Why are you so shameless now? Aren't you talking about yourself when you say war god Tharch is strong?" As he spoke, the arrow had already pierced through a Tharch corpse. Only half of the Thearcha's head was left. Not only that, the waves of blood covered the Tharch corpse and were eroding its golden body. It was even absorbing the blood in its body to strengthen its corrosive power. The blood in these Tharch corpses almost all flowed out from the heart. At this moment, Wang Jinyang used the war god Bao to absorb a large amount of energy from the heart. When he shot an arrow, the damage was greater than that of an ordinary warrior. Chi-chi sounds were heard. This Tharch corpse, which was comparable to a level 1 or level 2 original Dao sources, was now moving very slowly. Its broken face seemed to be in pain. Wang Jinyang didn't reply. Tai Tu drew his bow again. This time, as he drew his bow and shot an arrow, old Wang suddenly looked into the distance. The alternate world wasn't big. Old Wang seemed to have seen something or sensed something. His brows moved slightly. At the same time, in the Forbidden Sea, the cat grabbed the heaven-punishing sword. Its face was full of sadness as it said, "This is mine. I picked it up. It doesn't have an owner. Meow, that blood-red guy is so annoying. He wants to steal my heaven-punishing sword." The cat felt extremely wronged. "I picked it up. Picked it up as mine." Fang Yuan looked at the small sword in its claws. The small sword was trembling. She asked curiously, "Is this Brother Wang's?" "No. It must be. You said it's the blood-red guy's. It must be Brother Wang's." Fang Yuan said with a smile, "Brother Wang and my brother are very close. What's his is my brother's, and what's my brother's is mine. Big cat, this sword is mine." The cat almost rolled its eyes. "Robber. Your brother is a liar and you're a robber. How dare you try to rob me? I'll stab your fat little face to death." Azure Cat was furious and stopped showing off its sky-punishing sword. It kept the trembling sky-punishing sword back into its storage equipment. Fang Yuan stared at the cat for a while. It didn't seem to have a storage ring. However, it always took out a lot of things every time. Where did it hide the storage equipment? Fang Yuan was peeping. The cat seemed to be quite pleased with itself as it wagged its tail. "Want to find it? Want to steal it? No way. I sleep for a long time. How can I not be on guard? Big Dog used to steal things when I was asleep, but it didn't succeed." The cat was secretly pleased. It looked at the gloomy imperial tomb in front of it and said, "It's going to break. Let's go." "Go." Fang Yuan said hurriedly, "My brother is still inside. Didn't you say there are a lot of powerhouses outside?" "Yes." The cat said matter-of-factly, "It's because there are a lot of powerhouses that I have to go. Otherwise, they'll beat me up if they find out I'm here. I don't fight. They didn't see me take the heaven-punishing sword, so they won't beat me up." At that, the cat suddenly put on an innocent and wronged expression. "I didn't take the heaven-punishing sword. Why would they beat me? I'm just a cat. I'm so wronged and naive. I won't take it." Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. "I almost believed what you said. This cat is acting cute. If I weren't here, I would really believe that the cat didn't take it. How could such a cute cat do something like that? Bad cat." The thought came to Fang Yuan's mind at that moment. This cat was not a good person either. Fang Yuan did not know that when the subduing heavenly king first saw the cat, his first thought was, "There's nothing good about the cat or the dog." Would a good cat steal food from the royal family? It was not the first time. Although Fang Yuan did not know that, she said hurriedly, Big cat, you took the sword. My brother is inside. Will he be fine? I didn't take it. The cat denied. Fong Yuan almost vomited blood. You're lying through your teeth. There's no one else here. Why are you denying it? Fine, fine, fine. You didn't take it. The sword flew here on its own. I was talking about my brother. The cat was satisfied. Yes, the heaven punishing sword flew here on its own. I didn't take it. After some thought, the cat scratched its whiskers. He should be fine, right? The fake human emperor and little fatty are over there. As it spoke, the cat wagged its tail and suddenly looked at the forbidden ocean behind it. It said with a smile, All right, I'm going to make my move. Little fatty, you see that? I'm going to deal with a great emperor. You have to get the scammer to pay me 100 million. No, 1 billion. Fong Yuan stared at it blankly. Why does this cat want so much money? The cat ignored her. A fishing rod appeared in its hand. It grunted and said, Fishing? No, I'm fishing for a water buffalo. There's a huge water buffalo over there. It's huge. It looks familiar. Is it someone's mount? The cat muttered. Whatever, I'm going to fish for a water buffalo. The water buffalo seems to be coming. I don't care about anything else. I'll see if I can catch a water buffalo and roast it for dinner. Small water buffaloes were tasteless, but a big one might taste good. The cat patted Jiao with its tail and said unhappily, Hurry up, I'm going fishing. Let's see if we can have a buffalo feast tonight. Jiao could not help but transmit, How powerful is it? Titled True God? Jiao was dumbfounded. Stupid cat, are you going to die? You want to fish for a great emperor? If you want to die, you can do it yourself. I'm not going. Such a powerful being could kill it with a single move. It was not going to die. The cat seemed to see through its cowardice and said angrily, You are such a coward! I've fished one before. But Big Dog was still alive then. Puppy, you're a disgrace to your big dog. Jiao was speechless. The cat said again, Don't be afraid. It'll be fine. If we can't catch it, we'll drag the water buffalo to find Big Crow. When Big Crow meets the water buffalo, they'll definitely fight. Yeah, I'm so smart. The cat was proud. Yes, I'll do that. After a while, in the depths of the forbidden sea, an earth-shaking roar came out. Damn it. God restraining staff. Damn it, didn't this thing disappear? Who is it? A huge roar resounded throughout the forbidden sea. Following that, under the shocked eyes of some powerhouses, an incomparably tall water buffalo, nearly 1,000 meters tall, was dragged in the air above the forbidden sea, tearing through the air rapidly. Black cracks continuously shattered. The water buffalo struggled violently, roaring endlessly. In the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation rubbed his forehead and muttered, Water, Shui, this guy offended the cat. The God-restraining staff seemed to be in the cat's hands, right? Whether it was or not too clear, but there was a high probability that it was in the cat's hands. And the cat, this guy, fell out with the buffalo. If this emperor didn't remember wrongly, didn't the cat have a pretty good relationship with this water buffalo in the past? He often went to find this buffalo together with Heavenly Dog, circling around this buffalo. He had seen it a few times. Why did he fall out now? Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation shook his head slightly. Never mind, this was their business. He would not get involved.